Retreat. Check, check, check. Check, check, mic check, check, mic check.
Audible? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Check,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
वहां से आ जाऊंगा या तो फोन करूंगा, वहां से आपको पता नहीं बच रहा है।
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your kind attention, please? I request all the guests to take their designated seats and please ensure that the mobile phones are switched off or kept on silent mode. The program shall commence shortly. Thank you for your kind attention.
Check, hello, check, mic check. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
May I have your kind attention, please? I request all the guests to kindly take their designated seats and ensure that the mobile phones are switched off. The program shall commence shortly. The Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri is about to arrive. The CENJOWS team has proceeded to receive the Honorable Minister and will be joining him for a photograph. I request all the participants to kindly rise when the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I kindly request Honorable RRM, CISC, and DSITS DOT to kindly come on to the stage. On behalf of Center for Joint Warfare Studies, I, Dr. Garima Kumawat, Senior Fellow, warmly welcome all our distinguished guests, senior military leaders, veterans, scholars, media, and members of the National Security Fraternity to the second annual Trident lecture. It was instituted in 2025 as a flagship platform for intellectual exchange of ideas and informed dialogue on issues central to India's national security. Continuing this tradition, today's lecture brings together distinguished voices to deliberate on the theme National Resurgence through the lens of defense forces. It is now my proud privilege to invite Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri Shri Sanjay Seth to deliver the special address on leveraging the potential of the next generation for nation building. Sir, may I also request you to kindly remain on the stage after your address.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे। आज सेंटर फॉर जॉइंट वॉरफेयर स्टडीज के सेमिनार में, जहां हम सब राष्ट्र निर्माण में अगली पीढ़ी की शक्ति और क्षमता का प्रभावी उपयोग, क्योंकि यह देश दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश, और दुनिया इसीलिए भारत की ओर देख रही है। आज इस गंभीर विषय पर जब हम चर्चा कर रहे, तो सिस के चेयरमैन एयर मार्शल तेजेंद्र सिंह जी, वाइस एडमिरल राजेश धनखड़ जी, अधिकारीगण, भाइयों से बहनों, मीडिया के मित्रों, आज भारत एक ऐसा दौर से गुजर रहा है, एक निर्णायक दौर से गुजर रहा है, जहां हमारी यूथ पावर, उसकी शक्ति, उसका इनोवेशन और यूथ पावर आज का हमारा, हम कह सकते हैं कि भारत के निर्माण में एक बहुत पावरफुल और जिसकी शक्ति हम ऐसे कहते हैं डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में, जब 140 करोड़ देशवासी, उनका लक्ष्य विकसित भारत का, और आज जब हम आपसे बात कर रहे हैं, कल ही दुनिया ने देखा कि भारत का जीडीपी ग्रोथ 7.8%, इतनी प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियां, जहां मिडिल ईस्ट का युद्ध, क्रूड ऑयल का प्रॉब्लम, जहां यूक्रेन और रशिया का युद्ध, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का समय, दुनिया आश्चर्यचकित है। और यह 7.8% का ग्रोथ आप जैसे लोग, क्योंकि देश आपके हाथ सुरक्षित है, 140 करोड़ देशवासी अपने को सुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे, आप जैसे पराक्रमी वीर और हमारा युवाओं का हौसला कि हमारे तीनों सर्विसेज के लोग मां भारती की सेवा, प्यारे न्यारे तिरंगे की रक्षा, हमको कोई आंख ही नहीं दिखा सकता। और तभी हम इतनी बड़ी इकोनॉमिक पावर बन गए। दुनिया ने देखा, लोग मजाक समझते थे। दुनिया ने पिछले साल ही देखा जब $4 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बन गए हम। और दुनिया भर के इकोनॉमिस्ट बोल रहे, हम नहीं बोल रहे। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब हम $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होंगे। और जिस समय हम ग्रोथ की बात कर रहे हैं, हमारा ग्रोथ तो 7.8%, वहां चाइना का 4.3%, अमेरिका का 2.1%, सिंगापुर का 5.6%, मलेशिया का 6%। ये ग्रोथ रेट। और किसी को श्रेय जाता है, वो श्रेय देश की यूथ पावर को, देश के युवाओं को। कोई फील्ड हो, हमारा डिफेंस सेक्टर हो, हमारी इंडस्ट्री हो, हमारे स्टार्टअप हो, हमारा स्पेस सेक्टर हो, हमारा एग्रीकल्चर हो, हमारा स्पोर्ट्स हो, कोई सेक्टर आप उठा के देख लोगे तो हमारा जो यूथ है वो निश्चित रूप से देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो संकल्प था 2047, और यह सौभाग्य है मित्रों, आज से 150 साल पहले जिस मंत्र को लेकर हजारों युवाओं ने अपना सुप्रीम सैक्रिफाइस किया, फांसी पर चढ़ गए हंसते हंसते, नहीं, आजादी, स्वतंत्रता, मां भारती को जंजीरों से अलग करना, वंदे मातरम। और यह सौभाग्य हम सबको, देश को मिला, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को, इस 15 अगस्त जब हम अपने 80th इंडिपेंडेंट डे मनाया, हम सबने लाल किले के प्राचीर से जब वंदे मातरम का गान हुआ, यह गीत राष्ट्र गीत हो गया। क्या लक्ष्य है? आज से 150 साल पहले लक्ष्य था आजादी, स्वतंत्रता। उसके लिए हम कुछ भी कर लेंगे। और हमारे युवाओं ने हंसते हंसते फांसी का फंदा चुना। लेकिन अब 150 साल के बाद ये वंदे मातरम लक्ष्य है विकसित भारत, लक्ष्य है मेक इन इंडिया, नहीं, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। अब यह देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने, हमको याद है 15 अगस्त 2014 को जब लाल किले के प्राचीर से कहा था मेक इन इंडिया, और इन 10-12 सालों के बाद अब लक्ष्य है मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड। और यह वंदे मातरम देश के 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को हौसला बढ़ाना, यह कोई, जब हम कहते हैं भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, ये कोई नारा नहीं है मित्रों। देश का सर्वोच्च गीत, सर्वोच्च गान, जिसकी आन बान शान के लिए हमारे लाखों सैनिक किसी भी टेम्परेचर में, किसी भी प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों में देश की रक्षा, उनका मंत्र ही होता है भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम। बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय ने जब गीत लिखा होगा, तो उनके मन में कल्पना होगी कि इस गीत से हमारे युवाओं में जो हौसला आएगा, वो आजादी मिलेगी। और 150 साल बाद क्या रिलेवेंट होगा कि 150 साल बाद भी यह गीत देश को नेतृत्व करने वाला, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड के लिए होगा। आज जब हम इस गंभीर विषय पे चर्चा कर रहे हैं, लेवरेजिंग द पोटेंशियल ऑफ नेक्स्ट जनरेशन फॉर नेशनल बिल्डिंग। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के उस उद्बोधन को आपके बीच में रखूंगा 15 अगस्त को, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देश को संबोधित किया, और संबोधित करते हुए जब देश को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बताया सप्तधारा, ये सप्तधारा क्या है? शक्ति की 7 धाराएं, और ये शक्ति की 7 धाराएं देश के युवाओं को, देश के यूथ फोर्स को हम 2047 का लक्ष्य, यही युवा, हमको याद है मित्रों कि आज से कुछ साल पहले देश में स्टार्टअप कुछ सैकड़ों में था, 500-600 था। आज देश का युवा स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से देश के लिए नई कहानी लिख रहा है। 2.36 लाख करोड़, 2,36,000 स्टार्टअप, यहां से 600 से लेकर 2,36,000 स्टार्टअप, और दुनिया के किसी भी स्टार्टअप से कम नहीं। अभी संसद सत्र चल रहा था, प्रधानमंत्री जी हम सबको बता रहे थे कि जब मैं फ्रांस गया, फ्रांस के एक स्टार्टअप का बहुत बड़ा फेस्ट था, तो वहां मैं और फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति जा रहे थे। टाइम शेड्यूल से हम सब कुछ लेट हो रहे थे, तो उनकी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज कह रही थी कि जरा फास्ट करें, आगे प्रोग्राम है। प्रधानमंत्री ने बताया कि भारत का स्टार्टअप को देखकर फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति कह रहे थे बियॉन्ड इमेजिनेशन, भाई ये कल्पना से परे है। हमारा स्टार्टअप, भारत का स्टार्टअप इतना एडवांस, इतना मजबूत, एक उदाहरण है। और मित्रों, ये सप्तधारा, इसीलिए हम आपको सप्तधारा पे कैसे हमारा युवा इस सप्तधारा, जो हमारा लक्ष्य है, निर्धारित किया प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने। उसका पहला है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पावर। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में 15 अगस्त को कहा था, कम मेक इन इंडिया, सेल एनीवेयर इन द वर्ल्ड, बट मैन्युफैक्चर हियर। आप भारत में बनाओ। और देश के युवाओं ने इस मंत्र को ग्रहण किया, और तभी आत्मनिर्भर भारत, विकसित भारत, स्वदेशी का भाव, वोकल फॉर लोकल। और आज जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं, तो एक 1.27 लाख करोड़, कल ही देश को अश्विनी वासनियों जी बताया कि सेमीकंडक्टर हब की ओर देश बढ़ गया है, और दुनिया को 2032 में लगभग 10 लाख इंजीनियर चाहिए होंगे, 10 लाख। और देश में हमारे इंजीनियर चिप को बनाना, हम कैसे इनोवेशन की ओर जाएं, तो एक लक्ष्य रखा है कि लगभग 60 से 70 हजार हर साल इंजीनियर बनाना। दुनिया को सबसे ज्यादा 2032 में अगर सेमीकंडक्टर के क्षेत्र में कोई इंजीनियर चाहिए होगा, तो दुनिया भारत की ओर देखेगी। और तभी इस क्षेत्र में कल जब सेमीकन 2.0 में 1.27 लाख करोड़ का जो लक्ष्य रखा गया, एक स्पष्ट संदेश है कि हम किसी भी क्षेत्र में हम रुकने वाले नहीं हैं। और आपने देखा मित्रों, हमने स्टार्टअप की बात की, अगर हम एमएसएमई की बात करें, लगभग 8 करोड़ एमएसएमई सेक्टर हमारे यहां, 8 करोड़। उस 8 करोड़ में हम लगभग 35 से 40 करोड़ लोगों को हम एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट कर रहे हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट दे रहे हैं। हमने वो समय देखा था मित्रों, कोरोना था, दुनिया सोच रही थी कि भारत डीरेल हो जाएगा, इकोनॉमिक क्रैश हो जाएगी, फाइनेंशियल क्रंच की ओर देश बढ़ेगा। जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खत्म हुआ, भारत का जीएसटी कलेक्शन 1,21,000 करोड़ रुपया, और पिछले महीने हमने देखा भारत का जीएसटी कलेक्शन 1.92 लाख करोड़ रुपया, 1,92,000 करोड़ रुपया। यह हमारा जीएसटी कलेक्शन ताकत, यह एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ताकत। और उसमें, उस एमएसएमई सेक्टर में जो हम बात कर रहे हैं 8 करोड़ में, उसमें मात्र शक्ति लगभग 3.5 करोड़ महिलाओं का एमएसएमई सेक्टर। यह दर्शाता है कि देश जहां युवा, जहां हमारा वुमेन पावर, हम दौड़ रहे हैं साथ में। और हमारा एमएसएमई सेक्टर, हमारे डिफेंस सेक्टर में लगभग 17,000 एमएसएमई हमको सहयोग कर रहा है। और तभी तो हम डिफेंस सेक्टर में ऐसे हजारों, 15,000 से ऊपर लगभग हम ऐसे सामान जो हम विदेशों से लेते थे, हम इंडिजिनस की ओर बढ़ गए। हम अपने यहां हम बना रहे, पूरे डिफेंस सेक्टर को इंडिजिनस कर रहे। और तभी प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा, मेक, डिजाइन, इनोवेट एंड स्केल इन इंडिया फॉर द वर्ल्ड। और ये भारत ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब की ओर बढ़ा है मित्रों। मैं आपको बताऊं कि कैसे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पावर के रूप में भारत दुनिया में कायम हुआ है। अगर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रोडक्ट्स की प्रोडक्शन की बात करें तो 2014-15 में 1,09,000 करोड़ रुपया का हमारा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रोडक्शन होता था, और आज लगभग 7 गुना, 7 टाइम्स आज हमारा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रोडक्शन 13,11,000 करोड़ रुपया। कहां से? 1,09,000 करोड़ से 13,11,000 करोड़ रुपया इलेक्ट्रॉनिक प्रोडक्शन। हमारा मोबाइल प्रोडक्शन देखो आप, किसी जमाने में 18,000 करोड़ रुपया था, से सिर्फ 10 साल पहले 18,000 करोड़ रुपया, आज लगभग 6.5 लाख करोड़, 6.5 लाख करोड़, मतलब 33% का ग्रोथ मोबाइल प्रोडक्शन में। मोबाइल एक्सपोर्ट्स में देखें तो हम 1,500 करोड़ थे, और आज हमारा ग्रोथ रेट हो गया 165, 165 गुना बढ़कर लगभग 2.6 लाख करोड़। भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा, दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल एक्सपोर्टर बन गया। मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात करें तो ऐसे मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में 12 लाख लोग डायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट से जुड़े हैं, और उसमें सबसे मजेदार बात, 12 लाख में 7 लाख महिलाएं हैं। 12 लाख जो मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हैं, 7 लाख महिलाएं। यही तो नया भारत है। अगर हम फार्मास्यूटिकल में देखें तो दुनिया हमारे दवाई के बिना स्वस्थ नहीं रह सकती। दुनिया का नंबर 1, दुनिया के 191 देशों को दुनिया के 191 देशों को दवाई हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। मैं इसलिए आंकड़े बता रहा हूं मित्रों, या आपका हौसला बढ़ाना, युवाओं को हौसला बढ़ाना। ये पुराना भारत नहीं है, ये नया भारत है। अगर हम आज से कुछ साल पहले याद करें, हम सिर्फ जो हमारे बच्चों के लिए टॉयज होते थे, खिलौने होते थे, हम सिर्फ इंपोर्ट करते थे। वो तो छोड़ दो, दीपावली के पावन त्योहार पर गणेश लक्ष्मी भी हम इंपोर्ट करते थे। और आज दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा एक्सपोर्टर टॉयज में बन गया भारत। नया भारत है। कौन टॉयज बना रहा है? हमारा युवा बना रहा है, हमारी महिलाएं बना रही हैं। इतना बड़ा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब देश बन रहा है। अगर मित्रों हम आज जो भारत का युवा, जो ऐसे तो हर खेल में है, हमारा तो लक्ष्य है 2030 में CWG कॉमनवेल्थ गेम और 2036 में ओलंपिक कराने का। अगर हम क्रिकेट की बात करें तो आपको ताज्जुब होगा मित्रों कि हर साल लगभग 30 लाख क्रिकेट बैट, हर साल 30 लाख क्रिकेट बैट हम एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। किसी को नहीं पता होगा। आप कश्मीर चले जाओ, जब श्रीनगर आप जाओगे तो आप देखोगे पहलगाम के रास्ते में तो दोनों तरफ हजारों हजार बैट पड़े हुए हैं। गली मोहल्ले में जो बच्चा खेल रहा है, जिसका भाई हम भी स्टेट खेलेंगे, कंट्री खेलेंगे, कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे, हमारा बैट कौन होगा? मेक इन इंडिया। 30 लाख बैट, यही तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब है जिसकी चर्चा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी कर रहे हैं। हम युवाओं को आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं। मौका है। आपके लिए किसी चीज की कमी नहीं। और दूसरा, सप्तधारा के समय की मेरी बाध्यता है। दूसरी धारा है एग्रीकल्चर एंड फूड प्रोडक्शन। आज मंगलवार का दिन है। आप सबने रविवार को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी की मन की बात सुनी होगी। देश ने सुनी। इंतजार करते हैं कि मन की बात में कुछ देश में क्या हो रहा है, युवा क्या कर रहा है, महिलाएं क्या कर रही हैं, देश को बताना, दुनिया को बताना। देश इंतजार करता है कि मन की बात कब होगी, कुछ ना कुछ प्रेरणादायी बात मोदी करेंगे। अभी आप देखो, एक फ्रूट आता है अवाकाडो। आज से कुछ साल पहले हम सब, मेरी बेटी रहती है नैरोबी, तो जब विंटर वेकेशन में, समर वेकेशन में नैरोबी से आती तो हम बोले बेटा अवाकाडो ले आना। ब्रेड में वो सलाद बनाकर और ब्रेड में लगा खाते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने अवाकाडो की चर्चा की कि अवाकाडो फार्मिंग की ओर देश बढ़ा है। एक छोटी सी चीज, एक छोटा सा फल, कैसे हम अपने फार्मिंग को हम एडवांस बनाएं और हमारा फार्मिंग कैसे डिजिटल हो। पूरे सिस्टम को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का जो प्रगति, एक हम सब मंत्रियों बैठते हैं और सचिव लोग बैठते हैं तो प्रगति पे चर्चा करते हैं। इस बार प्रगति पे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने कहा भाई पूरे फार्मिंग को पूरा डिजिटल कर दो 100%। और तभी हम सबके इसकी चर्चा हम करेंगे। पवन कुमार चंदना जो स्काई रूट एरोस्पेस के फाउंडर हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि अंतरिक्ष से ली गई एक तस्वीर केवल पृथ्वी को देखने का माध्यम नहीं है, वह किसान को यह बताने का माध्यम बन सकती है कि उसके खेत में कहां पानी चाहिए, कहां बीमारी है, कहां कीट का प्रकोप है। हम एडवांस फार्मिंग की ओर, और कैसे स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर हो। मित्रों, कोरोना के बाद मैं तो गवाह हूं, ऐसे हजारों, झारखंड से आता हूं जहां ऑर्गेनिक खेती बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में होती है, और लगभग रोजाना जाड़ों में लगभग 200 ट्रक मटर छीमी हम मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ भेजते हैं। तो हम देखते हैं कि जो बच्चा आईआईटी करके आया, जॉब छोड़ के विदेश से आ गया, लाखों लाख रुपए की, वो फार्मिंग की ओर बढ़ गया कि नहीं भैया अब तो हम फार्मिंग करेंगे, वो भी ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग करेंगे, स्मार्ट फार्मिंग करेंगे। आज देखो कि पिछले कई सालों से किसी ने कल्पना नहीं की मित्रों, 82 करोड़ लोगों को हम मुफ्त राशन दे रहे हैं, 5-5 केजी। शहर में जो लोग रहते हैं उनको लगता है भाई क्या है मुफ्त राशन, क्या है भाई 5-5 केजी राशन है। मैं तो झारखंड से आता हूं, मैं देखता हूं, मेरा इलाका है झारखंड के अंदर बहुत इंटीरियर ट्राइबल में है, जिनके पास खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं होता था। संथाल में ऐसे आदिवासी परिवार जिनकी उम्र मात्र 35-40 हो जाती, तो लगता ही नहीं था भाई क्या ये यंग है कि ओल्ड एज के हैं। लेकिन आज 5-5 केजी राशन, गांव में ऐसा गरीब, तो जीने का अधिकार सबको है। पेट से पीठ न सटे, ये हमारा कर्तव्य है। और तभी 5-5 केजी राशन 82 करोड़ को, अंदाज लगाओ कितने लाख करोड़ रुपए का ये पूरा, जब हम 82 करोड़ को राशन देते हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा फार्म टू मार्केट, फार्म टू एक्सपोर्ट, एक वैल्यू चेन बनाना। और अभी हमने देखा कि कैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी फार्मिंग को बढ़ाने के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर को बढ़ाने के लिए लगभग 9.5 करोड़ किसानों को ये 2-2 हजार रुपए, 6 हजार रुपए देते हैं। 9.5 करोड़ किसानों को डीबीटी के माध्यम से। और उसमें आपको ताज्जुब होगा, इन 9.5 करोड़ में लगभग 2.5 करोड़ महिला किसान हैं। एक कहते हैं मोटिवेशन, 2000, 2-2000, 6,000 मिला, कोई बीज वाले को देना है, कोई पटवन वाले को देना है, कोई लेबर को देना है, एक आधार बन जाता है, एक मोटिवेट होता आदमी, अरे सरकार हमको पैसा दे रही है। और बड़े किसान, छोटे किसानों के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा फाइनेंशियल एक हेल्प होता है। भाई 6,000 रुपए आ रहा है, और उसके पर कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री डीबीटी के माध्यम से पैसा दे रहे हैं, वो मोटिवेट हो जाता है, एनर्जी आ जाती है, अरे काम करो भाई, देश के लिए पैदावार करना है। आप अंदाज लगाओ कि लगभग 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया अब तक भारत के किसानों को 4.46 लाख करोड़, 4.46 लाख करोड़ रुपया डीबीटी के माध्यम से किसको गया पैसा? हमारे अन्नदाता को, हमारे किसानों को। वो मोटिवेट हो जाता भाई कि देश हमारी ओर देख रहा है। और यह एक बहुत बड़ा, हम कह सकते हैं कि एक मोटिवेशन है। अब अगर हम लें कि देश के अंदर फिश प्रोडक्शन आज के टाइम में अभी लगभग 200 लाख टन, 200 लाख टन फिश प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा फिश प्रोडक्शन करने वाला कोई देश है तो भारत है, 200 लाख टन। और भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फिश प्रोड्यूसर बन गया सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट में। और युवाओं की भूमिका, युवा, जैसे मैंने पहले बताया कि एग्रीकल्चर कैसे स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर की ओर बढ़े, उस ओर बढ़ा है। आप सब इस बात की गवाह हो। तीसरा शक्ति की धारा है टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेशन। टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेशन 7 धाराओं में तीसरी धारा है शक्ति की। और हमने देखा कि 18 जुलाई, अभी पीछे 18 जुलाई को, कि स्काई रूट कुछ बच्चे जिनकी उम्र 25 से 30 साल के बीच में थी, और उन्होंने विक्रम-1 लैंडर स्पेस में, स्पेस भी ओपन फॉर ऑल, आओ प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी लगाओ, एक स्टार्टअप। कुछ ही बच्चे, 12-14 बच्चे थे 25 साल और 30 साल के बीच में, और वो करके दिखाया कि आज उन्होंने अभी 21 अगस्त को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने सेवा तीर्थ में सर ऐसे स्टार्टअप को बुलाया था, तो उन्होंने कहा बच्चों ने कि सर अब ये विक्रम-1 नहीं, हम तो ऐसी ताकत बनने वाले हैं कि हर महीने हम स्पेस पे रॉकेट भेजेंगे। ये भारत की ताकत है। कोई कल्पना कर सकता था कि कुछ बच्चे स्पेस में, और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वंदे मातरम करके उसको रवाना किया था। ये ताकत है मित्रों। और आज तभी प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि भाई आपने स्पेस में पौधा रोप दिया जिसकी जड़ें भारत मां की पृथ्वी तक, भारत माता के इस जमीन पर गड़ी। यह हौसला हमको याद है कि जब चंद्रयान जब असफल हुआ था, देखो कैसा मोटिवेशन होता है। असफल हुआ, देश निराश था, उदास था कि भाई चंद्रयान नहीं, हमारा फेल हो गया ये प्रोजेक्ट। प्रधानमंत्री गए, देश ने देखा कैसे साइंटिस्ट को गले लगाकर हौसला बढ़ाया, मोटिवेट किया। रो रहे थे साइंटिस्ट, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा नहीं, हौसला रखो, देश खड़ा है साथ में, नवाचार इनोवेशन करते रहो। और बताओ अगले साल ही चंद्रयान सक्सेस हो गया, दक्षिण ध्रुव पे हमने चंद्रयान उतार दिया। यही तो हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन है। अभी देश ने देखा, दुनिया भी अचंभित हो गई मित्रों, क्या मास्टर स्ट्रोक था। एआई सबमिट हुआ दिल्ली के अंदर, भारत मंडपम में। दुनिया सोच रही थी, अब जो एआई है, हम तो मानते हैं मित्रों की टेक्नोलॉजी का इंतजार हम नहीं करेंगे कि हाँ भाई आज टेक्नोलॉजी देश दुनिया कर रही है, आज हम कर लें, कल कर लें। नहीं, हमारा युवा आगे का 2030 में, 2036 में कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी दुनिया लाएगी, हम उस पर सोच रहे हैं। हम अगर आज सोचेंगे तो पुरानी हो जाएगी, लेकिन हमारा युवा आगे की टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे दुनिया में, कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी 10 साल बाद आएगी, हम उस ओर बढ़े हैं। और जब एआई की हमने बात की, तो आज एआई के क्षेत्र में पहले बहुत एक परसेप्शन सेट किया गया कि नहीं साहब नौकरी चली जाएगी, नौकरी चली जाएगी। कंप्यूटर भी आया था तो बड़ा हुआ था नौकरी चली जाएगी। आज देखो वही कंप्यूटर करोड़ों बच्चों को रोजगार दे रहा है, यही एआई है। और ये तो हम सब के लिए गौरव की बात है, लगभग 6 लाख पार्टिसिपेंट थे उस एआई में, सबमिट में, और लगभग दुनिया के 118 देश के लोग आए और 20 राष्ट्राध्यक्ष आए। ये इस बात के संकेत है कि देश रुकने वाला नहीं है। दुनिया जिस टेक्नोलॉजी को सोचेगी, हम उसको इजाद करेंगे। अगर हम बात करें टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में, इंटरनेट, देश के अंदर आज से 10 साल पहले मात्र 25 करोड़ लोगों पर इंटरनेट था, और आज देश में 109 करोड़ लोगों के पास इंटरनेट है। दुनिया में पहले भ्रम फैलाया गया था भारत तो भाई सपेरों का देश है, जादू टोना का देश है, वहां अनपढ़ लोग हैं। वो परसेप्शन खत्म हो गया मित्रों। 140 करोड़ देशवासी में 109 करोड़ लोग पर इंटरनेट, गांव गरीब किसान भी स्मार्टफोन लेकर वो एडवांस फार्मिंग कर रहा है, अपडेट हो रहा है। अगर हम सबसे बड़ी बात मैंने कहा ना कि भाई अनपढ़ों का देश है, कहां में मित्रों चले जाओ, आपको चाय पीना है, पकौड़ी खाना है तो यूपीआई से पेमेंट कर दो। उस परसेप्शन को सदा सदा के लिए धराशायी कर दिया गया, अनपढ़ों का देश है। ये यूपीआई का पेमेंट 314 लाख करोड़ रुपया, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिजिटल पेमेंट करने वाला देश, जिसको आप अनपढ़ बोलते थे, जिनको आप सांप और जादू टोना का देश बोलते थे। यह है भारत की शक्ति और भारत का हमारा यंग साइंटिस्ट, रिसर्चर और फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजीज को जो डेवलप कर रहे हैं, मैं तो सैल्यूट करना चाहूंगा। हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी, हमारा इनोवेशन, हमारा नवाचार, अगर हम अपने डिफेंस सेक्टर में देखें तो डीआरडीओ आज हमारा प्रेस्टीज भी है। हम रोजाना काम कर रहे। हम युवाओं को भी आह्वान करेंगे कि भाई आप इस क्षेत्र में और तेजी से। चौथा है गति शक्ति। गति शक्ति ये चौथी धारा है प्रधानमंत्री जी की सप्त धारा में। कैसे हम रोजाना 36 किलोमीटर, रोजाना, दुनिया का पहला ऐसा देश है रोजाना 36 किलोमीटर रोज हम एनएच बना रहे, स्मार्ट एनएच बना रहे। और जहां एयरपोर्ट किसी जमाने में मात्र 74 होते थे, आज हम 160 प्लस एयरपोर्ट हो गए। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था हवाई चप्पल भी वाले भी हवाई सफर करें। आप देख लो, कोई भी सेक्टर देख लो, अब तो लोग बोलते हैं भाई एयरक्राफ्ट नहीं है, यहां भी कनेक्टिविटी चाहिए, यहां भी कनेक्टिविटी चाहिए, यहां भी कनेक्टिविटी चाहिए। पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि आप जब प्लेन में चढ़ोगे तो पूरी सीटें भरी रहती हैं। गांव गरीब किसान छात्र मजदूर हवाई जहाज से जा रहे। ये देश की बढ़ती ताकत है। रेलवे का बजट देखें तो 2.78 लाख करोड़ रुपया, 2,78,000 करोड़ रुपया का रेलवे बजट। रेलवे कनेक्टिविटी देख ले। पहले हम सब रेलवे के कोचेस देखते थे, हम तो बचपन में सुराही लेकर दौड़ते थे स्टेशन पे कि पानी भरने के लिए। स्टूडेंट्स जब थे तो टॉयलेट के आगे अखबार बिछाकर सफर करते थे, जगह नहीं है, कोई एसी नहीं था, वही 3 टियर वाला वो लकड़ी वाला था। और आज आप देख लो 162 वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस, 162। अब तो स्लीपर वंदे भारत, अच्छे स्टेशन, अच्छे एयरपोर्ट जैसे स्टेशन, बढ़िया कनेक्टिविटी, साफ सुथरी ट्रेनें, यही गति शक्ति है। अभी गडकरी जी ने बताया कि भाई अब देहरादून का एयरपोर्ट तो बंद करना होगा। जितने देर में हम दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट और दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट से वहां जाएंगे, उतनी देर में तो बाई रोड हम देहरादून पहुंच जाएंगे। यहां से मेरठ 1 घंटे के अंदर, यहां से लखनऊ 6 घंटे के अंदर। मैं यहां से रांची से हम किसी जमाने में 1.5 दिन लगता था, अभी 13 घंटे के अंदर दिल्ली से रांची 13 घंटे के अंदर पहुंच गए। यही तो गति शक्ति है। चिनाब ब्रिज आज मेरा प्रेस्टीज है। यही हौसला। समय की कमी है, मैं जल्दी कर रहा हूं। पांचवी मेरी जो धारा है वो रक्षा शक्ति। और आप सब तो गवाह हो, आप सभी विश्वकर्मा हो, देश का नेतृत्व करने वाले आप सब हो। मैं आप सब बहुत सीनियर ऑफिसर्स बैठे, मैं आपको सैल्यूट करना चाहूंगा। ये रक्षा शक्ति हमारे आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, जिनका विजन, जिनका मोटिवेशन, आज रक्षा शक्ति दुनिया भारत की ओर देख रही है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जो परसेप्शन था, अरे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमने 1947 के बाद बहुत युद्ध लड़े और पहला ऐसा रिवेंज था क्या आप सब तो गवाह हो, पहला ऐसा रिवेंज था, युद्ध था जो हमने अपने इंडिजिनस सिस्टम से पाकिस्तान को नी पिला दिया। दुनिया इसलिए हतप्रभ है कि भारत ने भाई बिना कोई इंपोर्टेड हथियार नहीं इस्तेमाल किया। यही तो रक्षा शक्ति है। और पिछला बजट, अभी इस साल का बजट 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपया डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन। अभी जो कुछ महीने पहले रक्षा मंत्री जी ने देश को बताया है 1,78,000 करोड़ रुपए का। कौन करना रहा है? हमारा युवा बना रहा है, हमारा स्टार्टअप बना रहा है, हमारा एमएसएमई बना रहा है, हमारी महिलाएं बना रही हैं। अभी कुछ महीनों पहले मैंने स्टेक किया रांची के अंदर, जमशेदपुर में डिफेंस एक्सपो किया, डिफेंस कॉन्क्लेव कराया। सुदूर बोकारो, धनबाद, रांची, जमशेदपुर तो एंसिलरी का हब है। सैकड़ों लोग जुड़ गए, एक ही फंड है कि नहीं, चलो रक्षा शक्ति को मजबूत करो, इंडिजिनस करो। आज बढ़ रहे हैं लोग। जैसे मैंने बताया कि कितने सामानों का हमने स्वदेशीकरण किया। किसी जमाने में आप डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट क्या था? 686 करोड़, और इस बार 38,424 करोड़ रुपए का डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट। और 2029 का लक्ष्य आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी ने रखा है डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट 50,000 करोड़ का, 50,000 करोड़ रुपए का। और डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन का 2029 का लक्ष्य है लगभग 3 लाख करोड़ का। मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि 29 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा देश। भारत का युवा 2029 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा। आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री जी को उसके पहले देश का युवा 3 लाख करोड़ का डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और 50,000 करोड़ का डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट करके दिखा। ये विश्वास है। मित्रों, रक्षा शक्ति हमारे युवाओं को इनोवेशन के लिए आगे बढ़े, उसके लिए आईडेक्स के माध्यम से 1.5 करोड़ रुपए का फाइनेंशियल हेल्प, अदिति के माध्यम से 25 करोड़ रुपया, और टीडीएफ से 50 करोड़ रुपए का। बढ़ो, देश की रक्षा के लिए काम करो, इनोवेशन करो। कमी नहीं है, पुराना भारत नहीं है। आप रोज नया नवाचार करो देश के लिए। हमारा छठा जो शक्ति धारा है सप्त धारा में, वो ग्रीन ब्लू इकोनॉमी। आप देखना, ये सप्त धारा, जो 7 धाराएं हैं शक्ति की, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बताया देश को। देश के युवा इस 7 धाराओं को ग्रहण कर चुके हैं, और उसमें दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सोलर ग्रोथ मार्केट बन गया। आप ईद के छोड़ दो, मैं इसका स्पष्ट गवाह हूं। तेजेंद्र जी, मैंने अपने घर पे सोलर सिस्टम लगाया। पहले तो देश में बिजली नहीं होती थी, बिजली कब आएगी कब जाएगी पता नहीं, गांव में बिजली है ही नहीं, इन्वर्टर लगाओ, जनरेटर लगाओ, जमाना लग गया। इन पिछले 6 महीनों से मेरा बिजली का बिल 0 हो गया, मेरे घर का। किससे? सूर्य घर योजना से। और तो छोड़ दो, बिजली कंज्यूम करेंगे, बिजली का बिल आएगा, आएगी कि नहीं बिजली। अब तो हम बिजली बेचेंगे। अब तो जो सरप्लस बिजली है वो ग्रिड में चली जाएगी, और साल भर के बाद आपको पैसा क्रेडिट हो जाएगा। ये नया भारत है। और आपको बताएं, लगभग पीएम सूर्य घर योजना के अंदर 51,58,000 घर सोलर सिस्टम से लग गए। लगभग 52 लाख मान लो घर देश के, और 19 लाख हाउस होल्ड को 0 इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, जिसमें मैं भी शामिल हूं। 19 लाख में मेरा भी 0 है। भारत बढ़ा है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन की ओर, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की ओर। अब तो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से अब तो ट्रेन, नया इनोवेशन। और प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्पष्ट है, 0 डिफेक्ट 0 इफेक्ट। किसी में भी जो हम प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, 0 डिफेक्ट। कोई देश, कोई दुनिया हमारे प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं उसको कोई डिफेक्ट निकाल नहीं पाए। और युवा तैयार है, जीरो डिफेक्ट और जीरो इफेक्ट हम जो बना रहे हैं, पर्यावरण को नुकसान नहीं, कोई नुकसान नहीं, जीरो इफेक्ट। ये जो मंत्र प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है, जीरो डिफेक्ट एंड जीरो इफेक्ट, पर्यावरण को मजबूत बनाते हुए आज हम बहुत तेजी से ग्रीन और ब्लू इकोनॉमी की ओर बढ़े हैं। अगर हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी की बात करें तो ताज्जुब होगा कि लगभग 200 लाख टन फिश प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं हम। कोस्टल टूरिज्म की ओर हम बढ़े हैं। तभी ना प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, भाई देश के लोग, देश के युवा विदेश में न जाकर आइए, देश में हम टूरिज्म के नए अवसर ढूंढे, देश का पैसा देश में। तो कोस्टल टूरिज्म भी हमारी ओर बढ़ा है। और जो लास्ट 7वीं धारा थी, सॉफ्ट पावर, कल प्रधानमंत्री जी का चित्र आलिंगन करते हुए देश और दुनिया ने देखा। यह आलिंगन, यह हमारी संस्कृति रही है। अरे राम लक्ष्मण ने आलिंगन किया, भरत राम ने आलिंगन किया, राम हनुमान ने आलिंगन किया। अरे हमारी हजारों साल की पुरातन संस्कृति है। हम बेटे को विदा करते हैं नौकरी के लिए तो आलिंगन करते हैं, बेटी को जब हम विदा करते हैं तो बेटी के साथ आलिंगन करते हैं। आलिंगन हमारा तो सांस्कृतिक पहचान है। कोई देश इसको मजाक बनाए, देश छोड़ेगा नहीं। कि ये आत्मीयता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी बढ़ते हैं, सामने से जो हेड ऑफ द स्टेट है वो बढ़ता है, हर्ट से हर्ट टच होता है, आपके गिला शिकवा दूर हो जाता है। होली में हम सब गले मिलते हैं, तो इसको मजाक बना दे, देश बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। ये हमारी संस्कृति है। हमने बताया ना, बाप बेटा, बाप बेटी। अरे जब राम लक्ष्मण आलिंगन कर लिए, ये और हम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के करने वाले हैं। हम तो विश्व को एक परिवार मानते हैं। हम तो छोटे से घर में सत्यनारायण भगवान की कथा करते हैं तो नहीं कहते हैं भगवान हमको बड़ी बिल्डिंग देना, ग्रेटर क्लास में हमको अपार्टमेंट दे देना अपना ना। हम तो बोलते हैं भाई हम विश्व का कल्याण हो, मानव जाति कल्याण को। हम तो उस संस्कृति के वाहक हैं, उसके ध्वजवाहक हैं, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। और देश ने देखा मित्रों, कैसे कुंभ में 62 करोड़ लोगों ने डुबकी लगाई। यही तो हमारा सॉफ्ट पावर है। और उन 62 करोड़ में जो मीडिया के मित्र और जो देखते हैं सब, उसने बताया 62 करोड़ में 38 करोड़ युवा थे। 62 करोड़ में 38 करोड़ युवाओं ने डुबकी लगाई कुंभ में। क्या किसी को बीमारी हुई क्या? कोई बड़ी आपदा आ गई क्या? नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये सॉफ्ट पावर। और मैं तो आज सॉफ्ट पावर का इससे बड़ा क्या उदाहरण हो सकता है? दुनिया के 36 देशों ने अपना नेशन का हाईएस्ट जो सम्मान है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को दिया। दुनिया, अभी 2 दिन पहले दुनिया के 36 देशों ने। क्यों दिया भाई? 36 देशों ने अपना सबसे बड़ा सर्वोच्च सम्मान देश का, डेवलपमेंट, सॉफ्ट पावर। और हम 140 करोड़ देशवासी, हम बिना किसी भेदभाव के एक ही लक्ष्य, विकसित भारत, विकसित भारत, विकसित भारत। ये सौभाग्य हम सबको मिला कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी को जब अवार्ड मिलता है, ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को नहीं, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों को मिलता है। 140 करोड़ देशवासी गर्व करते हैं। दुनिया में बड़े परसेप्शन थे। आप सभी विदेश पहले जाते थे, आज भी विदेश जाओ आप, आज परसेप्शन उलट गया है। पहले किस दृष्टि से, आज से कुछ साल पहले तक हमको देखा जाता था, हमारे युवाओं को देखा जाता, आज किस परसेप्शन से हमारे युवाओं को हमको देखा जाता है? कि विकास की ओर दौड़ता हुआ कंट्री है। मैं इसीलिए देश के युवाओं को आह्वान करता हूं कि ड्रीम बिग, अपने सपनों को भारत के सपनों को साथ जोड़िए, अपने सपनों को भारत के सपनों के साथ जोड़िए। ये बिग ड्रीम है फॉर द नेशन, बिल्ड इन इंडिया। दुनिया की टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करने के साथ, दुनिया की टेक्नोलॉजी को उपयोग करने के साथ साथ भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी बनाइए, भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी। तीसरा, सॉल्व इंडियन प्रॉब्लम्स, भारत की चुनौतियों को इनोवेशन का अवसर बनाइए। जो चुनौती है, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा ना, आपदा को अवसर में बदलो। इसका उदाहरण देश में बहुत है। तो मेरा युवाओं को तीसरा है, सॉल्व इंडियन प्रॉब्लम, भारत की चुनौतियों को इनोवेशन का अवसर बनाइए। क्रिएट, चौथा, क्रिएट, डोंट जस्ट कंज्यूम। कंज्यूमर से क्रिएटर बनने की दिशा में बढ़िए, कंज्यूमर से क्रिएटर बनने की दिशा में बढ़ा है देश, बढ़ रहा है देश का युवा। और लास्ट में पांचवा, सर्व द नेशन, अपने प्रोफेशन को नेशनल पर्पस से जोड़िए। हम जो भी काम करें, नेशन फर्स्ट, फॉर द नेशन। आज के युवाओं के लिए यही संदेश। देखिए, सप्तधारा पे बहुत ज्यादा बोला जा सकता है, किंतु समय की मर्यादा है, हमको अन्य दूसरे कार्यक्रम में जाना है। लेकिन मैं इस आशा और विश्वास के साथ, एक सेमिनार एक संदेश होगा देश के लिए, देश के युवाओं के लिए, कि देश आज जब 62 करोड़ ऐसे युवा, और जो एक्सपर्ट्स बता रहे हैं कि 2029 में अभी का जो भारत है वो लगभग 35 साल के इर्द गिर्द 62 करोड़ लोग हैं, और 2029 में आधी आबादी हमारी लगभग 25 साल के अगल बगल होगी। कितना युवा देश होगा, कौन रोकेगा हमको, कौन रोकेगा? और तभी प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी लगातार चरेवेती चरेवेती चरेवेती, बढ़े चलो बढ़े चलो बढ़े चलो, देश के लिए, देश के लिए। हम सब नेशन फर्स्ट के भाव से मां भारती की सेवा, और उस तिरंगे, भारतीय तिरंगा हमारा आन बान शान, चाहे भारत माता की जय, चाहे वंदे मातरम, हम उसके लिए कुछ भी करने के लिए तत्पर हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and inspiring address. As a mark of our appreciation, may I now request Air Marshal Tejinder Singh to kindly present a memento and a copy of the book Op Sindoor to the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri, Shri Sanjay Seth. Thank you, sir. We shall We shall now proceed with the release of the book, An Era in Olive Green, General Anil Chauhan, Duty, Leadership and Legacy. May I request Major General Ashok Kumar, Vishisht Seva Medal, PhD, retired, Director General CENJOWS, Brigadier K. Ranjeev Singh, Yuddha Seva Medal, Deputy Director General CENJOWS, Mr. Rajan Arya, publisher, and Ms. Anshika Gupta, the idea curator and the designer at CENJOWS, to kindly join the dignitaries on the stage for the book release. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri will now be departing to attend an important engagement. As the CENJOWS team accompanies the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri to see him off, may I request everyone to kindly rise. Thank you, everyone. Kindly be seated. As we await the next segment of today's program, may I take this opportunity to briefly introduce the institution that brings us together today, the Center for Joint Warfare Studies. Guided by the motto, Victory Through Joint Knowledge, CENJOWS has spent nearly decades contributing to India's strategic thought, professional military dialogue, and the pursuit of greater jointness. CENJOWS traces its origin to the lessons of the Kargil conflict and the subsequent recommendation for stronger tri-service integration. Established in 2007, it was envisioned as an institution that would promote joint military thinking beyond single service perspective. This slide captures the beginning of CENJOWS and its journey from a policy vision into a national institution. Since its inception, it has evolved into a platform bringing together armed forces, academia, policymakers, and strategic scholars in the pursuit of holistic deliberations. The evolution of CENJOW's logo reflects the evolution of the institution itself. From its original tri-service identity, the logo was modernized for the digital era while retaining the same spirit of integration and jointness. At the heart of CENJOWS lies a clear vision to promote jointness, integration, and transformation within the Indian Armed Forces. Its charter extends beyond research. It encourages professional dialogue, develop policy perspectives, strengthens strategic understanding, and contributes towards defense transformation through collaboration and intellectual excellence. The work of CENJOWS rests on important strategic pillars, including strategic advisory, policy consultation, capacity building, veteran expertise, and partnership. Its specialized domains include jointness and integration, doctrine and concepts, emerging technologies, and much more. CENJOWS functions within a distinguished institutional framework, bringing together senior leadership from Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff and Ministry of Defense ecosystem, along with academia and eminent citizens to support strategic research and policy perspectives. The journey of over 19 years is reflected in these numbers. 1,000 plus publication, 300 plus research papers, 200 plus events, and over 600 contributors supported by national and international partnership and a growing readership. CENJOWS is also investing in the next generation through its internship program, providing young graduates, postgraduates, and research scholars opportunities for research, in mentorship, certification, and professional networking. CENJOWS is also creating greater opportunities for serving officers and veterans to engage with the academic ecosystem through the PhD research at IITs and IIScs and other leading institutions. Interested officers and veterans may connect with CENJOWS through the details displayed on the screen. The subsequent slides would provide a glimpse of CENJOWS in action. We regularly host distinguished speakers and subject experts through lectures, talks, and podcasts, bringing diverse perspectives on warfare, geopolitics, technology, and national security. Roundtable discussions provide a focused platform for experts to exchange views openly and examine emerging challenges. This slide highlights some of the key seminars and webinars conducted by CENJOWS during 2026. reflecting the expanding character of modern warfare, from defense procurement and semiconductor ecosystems to brain-computer interfaces and developments in India's neighborhood. The Future Warfare course brings together officers from 3 services, along with representatives from government, academia, industry, and think tanks. It focuses on emerging technologies and evolving concept of warfare, including AI, cyber, cognitive warfare, autonomous system, and multi-domain operations. Synergy is a flagship publication of CENJOWS and serves as an important medium for disseminating contemporary strategic research and professional thought. We released the 34th edition in August 2026, focusing on a contemporary topic and emerging domain of near-space. Looking ahead, the 35th edition of Synergy Journal is scheduled for publication in February 2027. The concept note of this issue, themed National Resilience in an Age of Persistent Competition or Conflict, has already been released on the CENJOWS website. We would be delighted to receive your valuable contribution for this edition. The Bipin Rawat paper is an annual CENJOWS publication that honors General Bipin Rawat, India's first Chief of Defence Staff, and focuses on contemporary issues in national security, defence, and strategic studies. The first edition focused on manned-unmanned teaming for the Indian Armed Forces, a joint perspective, while the second edition on cognitive colonialism was released on 3rd of August 2026. It is particularly noteworthy that the second Bipin Rawat paper has been authored by the second Chief of Defence Staff and released by the third Chief of Defence Staff. CENJOWS also contributes to strategic literature through its books and monographs. This slide highlights publication released during 2026, reflecting the institution's continuing academic contribution. The engagement continues with an active calendar of forthcoming programs covering courses like cognitive warfare, information warfare, future warfare, and defense technology partnership, reflecting CENJOW's focus on emerging challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this brief presentation has offered only a glimpse into a work and journey of CENJOWS. We remain committed to contributing to India's national security discourse. With that, we will now move on to the opening address by Major General Ashok Kumar, Vishisht Seva Medal, PhD, retired, Director General, Center for Joint Warfare Studies, who is a distinguished Kargil veteran and an accomplished author with over 700 published articles across 30 platforms and 2 books. He has commanded an infantry formation in Arunachal Pradesh, overseeing the very terrain where pivotal battles of 1962 war took place. A former MD of ECHS and later a principal staff officer at Headquarters Eastern Command, he brings decades of strategic and operational experience. Sir, may I request you to kindly deliver the address?
Respected CISC Chairman CENJOWS, members of Executive Council, serving officers of Army, Navy, and Air Force, respected and esteemed veterans, friends from media, authors, our large fraternity of subject matter experts, team CENJOWS, ladies and gentlemen. तारीख अपने आप में एक स्थूल एंटिटी होती है, उसमें जान नहीं होती है। आज हम यहाँ मिल रहे हैं फाउंडेशन डे को सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए, लेकिन वह तारीख या ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जिसका वो फाउंडेशन डे है, दोनों स्थूल चीजें हैं, लेकिन उसमें जान डालते हैं आप सब। आपका छोटा छोटा कंट्रीब्यूशन, आपका सोच जो सेंजोस को जीवन प्रदान करता है और उसी कनेक्ट को एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए और उस पर बात करने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर मिल रहे हैं। आमतौर पर तो आपने देखा होगा कि हर इवेंट ओपनिंग एड्रेस से शुरू होता है, बट इसमें आपने पाया थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट था। इट डिडंट स्टार्ट विद ओपनिंग एड्रेस टुडे, एंड दैट रिमाइंड्स मी when a prediction had taken place and Kans decided, somebody told him that the 8th child will be the one who will be, killing him. So he was thinking that he will leave 7 children of his sisters and kill only the 8th one. But then somebody gave him the logic. It depends from where you start your counting. Anybody could be the 8th. And finally, then he started, killing all of them. And finally, the story how Krishna was saved. So that brings to the realization that irrespective of the point which we start, if our objective is clear, we shall reach there. Colloquially, the role of CENJOWS is jointness and integration, and a commoner approach will indicate that we are trying to establish contours of jointness and integration only amongst the 3 services. But reality is not so. Today, we are living in an era of informal wars. Though there is maybe a debate of this term being accepted in our strategic fraternity in India, but this is a term which was coined by United States of America and is being used in a big way in a number of countries today. In informal wars, anything and everything is getting weaponized. If you see the conflicts around the world and also relationship between different countries, even if they are not at conflict, the one who has the advantage of a particular asset, that asset is being utilized to launch some kind of informal war to further its national interest. Today, Nepal is struggling in a big way about the floods which have come there. Uh, Various theories are doing round as to what is the real cause. I mean, the correction cause, whether it is the glacial burst or something like that. And but there are also stories that it has been created by China. One of the stories may not be truthful. When the floods had taken place in Sikkim sometime back in India, the same story had come up again. At that time, the uh, supporting argument was much more stronger. So today the grain, fertilizers, magnets, rare earth elements, critical minerals, anything and everything is getting weaponized. And therefore, today the jointness and integration does not only relate to the individual defense services, but to each and every component of our national war fighting. And that war fighting which is active both during peace and war. The gray zone operations, they are already on. They are being conducted by the friends and foes together. And therefore, it is high time that the whole of nation approach emerges, because it is only that approach which will help us to serve our national interest, to achieve our intended aim of becoming a developed nation by 2047, when we complete 100 years of independence. So, CENJOWS, as you are well aware, was raised in August 2007, like some of the other individual service-specific think tanks which were released, I mean, were raised little earlier, post-Kargil Review Committee recommendations, wherein independent inputs were, required to be given to the serving fraternity, because they remain very busy in their own scheme of things. So these were supposed to provide them independent thinking inputs, a trend which is prevalent very commonly and actively in most of the leading armies in the world today. So once the realization came that the tri-services also required to be given that kind of jointness, which is much more predominant today in case of multi-domain operations, the CENJOWS came into being. We continue growing in our different pace with different stages of our growth. And last year, once we completed 18 years, and 18 years is a watershed when you become adult, really speaking, in the conventional sense, and you are eligible to vote. No, correct. So then we decided that CENJOWS didn't have an institutional annual lecture at all, and therefore we constituted this annual Trident lecture to foster the spirit of jointness, integration, and going beyond the services. And the last one we had on 5th August 25, though the actual foundation day is on 27th August, but then we had the Run Sambad being run on those dates at Mau, so it was preponed. And this time again it happened on 27th August, but we are here together with you on 1st of September because that time we were busy in conducting future warfare course. And the subject we have chosen today, that it is the, we are trying to see what has, changed in a big way in the world in general and India in particular, that the military constituent is actually affecting every walk of life. Whether it is diplomacy, military diplomacy has become much more powerful than the conventional diplomacy. The trade, the interactions, relationship, the security, the resilience of everything, is everything has got the military component more prominent than it was in earlier times. And second is the issue of youth. You would have heard, and it was spoken by the Honorable RRM also about the youth bulge, the way you are, this thing. And I can tell you, and you all are better informed than me, that the youth power is unprecedented. Initially in our childhood, we used to be, said a dictum that, sky is the limit. But actually sky has also been, fragmented, and even that is not a limit. It is unimaginable. And so therefore we decided to, take this opportunity to see the country through the lens of the youth, the defense forces, how the nation's development can be seen through the lens of defense forces, which have permeated each and every facet. With that note, I will thank each one of you, because it is a correct belief that whenever you spare some time for some organization and individual, you are actually giving that little bit part of your life to that organization. So entire team CENJOWS is grateful to each one of you, and also those who are watching us live on YouTube for giving that part of your life to the growth of CENJOWS. So with that note, thank you very much for being with us. Please be with us throughout till lunch, and post tea break sessions we will have the question answers and interactions also, where you can give your comments and have the interaction with the speaker also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context of the deliberation of the day. We now move forward to the keynote address on the topic, Emerging Contours of Jointness and Integration. It is my privilege to introduce Air Marshal Tejinder Singh, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vayu Sena Medal, Chief of Integrated Defense Staff to the Chairman Chiefs of Staff Committee, a seasoned fighter pilot and Category A qualified flying instructor with over 4,500 hours on Jaguar, Hunter, Kiran, and HPT-32. He is also qualified on the Cheetah helicopter. He has commanded a fighter squadron, a radar station, a premium fighter base, and was Air Officer Commanding in Jammu and Kashmir. He held key staff appointments at Air Headquarters and Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff. He led Training Command and Southwestern Air Command before becoming Chief of Integrated Defense Staff. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering?
Vice Admiral Thankar, General Meenwala, General Ashok, DG CENJOWS, all esteemed veterans, including DG USI, Admiral S.J. Singh. And I'm also very delighted to see my NDA Devo, General Goswami here, and of course my classmate Devinder, and the person I least expected, my NDA SCON type course mate Amit Tripathi, to whom both General Goswami and was a Devo. And I'm sure that when Trips and me meet after this, me giving a lecture and he listening to it, we'll both say, "Aap to aise na the." So with this, I feel very, very happy and elated to be here. Uh, I told both ordinary cadets, OCs, as we call in NDA, with not even the remotest chance of being anything else. So, so it's a long journey which we had together. I'm sure we'll catch up soon. The Center for Joint Warfare Studies was established in 2007, and this lecture has been organized for the second time this year. And I consider it a rare privilege for me to get an opportunity to speak to this gathering. We had a very comprehensive overview by the Honorable Raksha Rajamantri, who amplified on the 7 pillars or the Sapt truths in a very lucid and very clear manner, like the Honorable Prime Minister spoke on 15th August. Of course, we'll be focusing ourselves on the important pillar of defense and national security, which is perhaps, like the Honorable RM said, most important to protect and progress the national aims. So the theme is very apt, the national's resurgence through the lens of defense forces. It is significant, and as we advance in our vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, our expanding economic, technological, and geopolitical interests bring with them much greater responsibilities for defense forces, extending beyond guarding the national territorial integrity. Now, like General Ashok brought out, one of the changes, other than the technological changes, which I'll talk about a little later, that has happened is that there is what we were calling a couple of years, gray zone or extended gray zone. It is very difficult to say whether we are in a state of peace or in a state of war. In fact, the US national strategy has coined a term called contestation, and it says that contestation is always ongoing and no problem can actually be solved. Contestation is something that it has to be managed 24/7. So these are, I think, very relevant words for us also. He gave the example of Nepal floods. I was SASO Eastern Air Command when the glacial outburst happened in 2023 or 24. And it was a biggest calamity. It had to be handled on a war footing. Civilians were stranded, our soldiers were stranded, our paramilitary ITBF people were stranded, and connectivity was totally wiped off to a large extent. And we had an ops room in Sukhna, which later was commanded by General Meenwala here, and we had 2 of my officers sitting in the chief secretary coordinating the heli lift. We had a constant VC with Eastern Command in Kolkata, and we got our act together. But I'm telling you, it was one of the toughest tasks and very satisfying at the end of it, wherein we could save a lot of lives, rescue a lot of civilians, and therefore if it was perpetrated onto us, then it was a kind of a war without being called so. So the challenges are, of course, increasing in their dimensions, in their variety, in their scope. Economic security, technological competition, maritime resilience, critical infrastructure protection, supply chain security, information integrity, they have all become integral components of our national security. Our operational experience has repeatedly demonstrated the value of joint action. Recent operations, including Operation Sindoor, for instance, have highlighted the value of coordinated planning, seamless execution, and integrated national effort. There are a lot of young officers also in this gathering, as also some other young people who are not in uniform out there. While it is only right for us to be self-critical. It is only right for us to demand more, expect more, but you should always remember, except for 62, the Indian Armed Forces, the Defense Forces, have won every conflict. And they have won all these conflicts together. The first operation of independent India was a joint operation when we had the Budgam landings. So please have this basic confidence and faith when we debate, discuss, and move forward. Every operation offers valuable lessons. They reinforce one enduring truth that future military success will increasingly depend on our ability to integrate capabilities, institutions, logistics, leadership, and decision making across the national security architecture. Towards the end of my talk, I'll try to elaborate more on this aspect. We'll have a quick look at our journey towards jointness, the progress that we have made, and the emerging contours of integration that will shape our defense forces in the coming years. India's journey towards jointness has evolved through operational experience, institutional learning, and strategic foresight. The Kargil conflict of 1999 marked a defining moment in this evolution. While our defense forces achieved victory under exceptionally challenging circumstances, the conflict highlighted the need to strengthen higher defense management and institutionalize greater inter-service coordination. I will draw your attention. You would have seen the web series which is going on, Safed Sagar, and retired Air Chief Marshal Dhanwa, of course, is one of the main characters of that series. And in his interview, even that time when he was chief, and even now, he, while the glory is there because of the series, makes it a point to acknowledge that the victory at Kargil, the credit goes to the junior leadership of the Indian Army, especially the infantry. So that is the ethos with which our defense forces work and fight together. The recommendations of the Kargil Review Committee and the subsequent group of ministers report laid the foundation for one of the most significant phases of defense reform in independent India. The major outcome of these reforms was the establishment of Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff in 2001. So this year we are completing 25 years on 1st of October, and we look forward to the celebrations, and I hope to see some of you there. Over the years, Headquarters IDS has evolved into a principal tri-service institution driving joint planning, capability development, prioritizations, logistics, doctrine, training, long-term force development, translating the philosophy of victory through jointness into practical military capability. I've had the privilege of serving in IDS as a Commodore and as ACS Trot Ops, dealing very closely under the the staff of Admiral S.J. Singh, who was DCITS Ops, who really drove us to getting our act together on many doctrines, some of which have seen the light of day. As also some other very important documents which are still being contemplated by the ministry. We were ready with them. Okay. Alongside these institutional changes, several practical initiatives have steadily strengthened the foundations of integration. The establishments of the defense. Before that, the DGDI also followed closely, as also the Andaman Nicobar Command and the SFC. Okay. The establishment of the Defense Cyber Agency, the Defense Space Agency, the Armed Forces Special Operations Division were an important recognition that many of the challenges confronting the nation transcend the traditional service boundaries and therefore require integrated response. The next decisive milestone was the creation of the Office of Chief of Defense Staff and Department of Military Affairs, which provide the institutional framework to advance the integration process. General Rawat, India's first Chief of Defense Staff, deserves immense credit for laying the foundations for this transformation. He transformed jointness from a long-held aspiration into a national strategic priority. These efforts were further cemented and taken forward by General Anil Chauhan, the second CDS, and under the leadership of General Raja Subramani, it is our endeavor to take them to the next level and hopefully bring to fruition many important milestones that we aspire for. More importantly, they mark a shift in our approach. Our focus has moved from beyond improving coordination to building a defense force that plans, develops capabilities, sustains, and when required, fights as one. At the same time, Jointness has expanded beyond the three services to include a closer collaboration with Department of Military Affairs, DRDO, industry, academia, and other national institutions. Most of these aspects were covered in detail by the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri. I will not repeat them. Suffice to say, innovation and technology induction remains one of the highest priority for the three services, as alongside jointness. The essence of jointness, this is the essence of jointness. Transformation that we are witnessing today, therefore, represents a new continuity. It is not the story of isolated reforms, but a successive leadership building upon shared strategic objectives. The challenge before us now is to build upon this foundation of jointness by deepening integration across every facet of military capability. As we look ahead, four broad contours will shape the next phase of transformation. Firstly, as we all know that the character of war is changing rapidly. Today, nations are engaged in a continuum that involves a constant cycle of competition and contestation that I spoke about earlier, where non-traditional and non-kinetic means are interspersed with traditional and kinetic action. The Russians had a Premikov doctrine, which they amplified further, and what they called new generation warfare. That was also a couple of years ago. They gave an empirical value to this, wherein non-kinetic operations will precede kinetic in a ratio of 4:1. So that gives a kind of sense of where the how the character of warfare is changing. Boundaries between peace and war have blurred. We already spoke about it. This requires defense forces to be on a constant vigil, be agile, and adequately equipped to fight tomorrow's war. Capability development, therefore, needs to be undertaken under compressed timelines. Capacity building and sovereignty also become equally important. Towards this, Headquarter IDS, along with the three services, are formulating the Integrated Capability Development Plan. This document will be insightful in providing long-term view of capability development of all domains in a single synergistic volume. This will be perhaps a watershed moment in jointness, which we shall soon realize. Secondly, the changing character of warfare demands unified action against the adversary. The traditional concepts of joint planning and service-specific execution cannot meet the demands of modern warfare. Our organization structures therefore need to be realigned towards the needs of multi-domain operations. When you look at multi-domain operations, I think I'll take a pause to amplify a little. When you talk of multi-domain operations, we are looking at the traditional domains of land, air, and maritime, alongside, I would say, non-traditional. Earlier, people used to call them emerging. It is wrong to call them emerging domains now. The non-traditional domains of space, cyber, and cognitive warfare. So we see that the battle space has become complex, cluttered, and highly contested. So whatever changes in the way we do our war fighting or planning, or we make our structural changes, they have to meet the requirements of this battle space or be adaptable to multi-domain operations. The elements of space, cyber, EW, cognitive domains are no longer just enablers. They have to be forged along the elements of traditional domains to create an impregnable shield alongside the sharp spear in defense of our nation. The recent international operations, especially the one in Venezuela, really highlight the importance of these other domains. Force application is becoming increasingly complex, and therefore, what would be the drivers of future reforms? One is, of course, the requirement of improving jointness or integration is the fundamental principle of unity of command. As alongside considering the complexities, the need to separate force generation and force application is even more as of now. Technology is shaping how wars are going to be fought. We remain in step with the march of technology. The use of unmanned systems, drones, counter drones also require us to revisit some of our traditional ways and concepts of operations. Similarly, artificial intelligence is being used to shrink decision cycles, and many technologies like quantum, etc., are also on the anvil or already integrated. To align with this, with ourselves to this changing environment, Headquarter IDS has ensured due emphasis to formulating joint doctrines and SOPs, as well as conducting professional military education that is future aligned. Last week only we concluded the future warfare course conducted by CENJOWS under the aegis of Headquarter IDS. It was to meet this particular objective. We tried to make it a comprehensive engagement for all the officers from medium to senior rank officers, and we make sure that they had adequate exposure to these non-traditional domains, as well as some hands-on exposure to the cognitive domain. The demands of modern warfare require very quick decision making. So one of the elements of multi-domain operations, there are the two pillars, would be information superiority and to achieve decision dominance. It is therefore urgent that our present communication setup caters to the demands of the current battlefields. It is well understood that we need to have robust, encrypted, seamless communications, as also networks, and just as administrative structural change will not be enough. Our reforms would have to be anchored on robust technology, networks, and communications. Lastly, I must share from my own experience. I had the opportunity of being the AOC JNK just after Galwan. After that, I had the opportunity of being ACS StratOps, wherein I was dealing with all the joint issues. And those were times where there was perhaps the maximum kind of buzz about joint issues and inter-service kind of so-called differences, and thereafter in Headquarter Eastern Air Command. I would like to say, despite whatever perception that might be created, that there are no differences between the three services. I say it with utmost honesty and conviction that there are no differences between the three services. It is, of course, we are doing warfare in a different matter. We would have a different view on how to do things. And there is I've never come across a single opportunity, despite the most tough of the situations, wherein when we got together within a couple of minutes or maybe half an hour, we didn't find a solution that was the best interest of our nation. So this is another thing I would request the younger generation to please keep in mind, and also the media to please keep in mind when we talk about the armed forces or the defense forces, how they are operating. In the end, I would like to conclude by saying that CENJOWS, we are very, as a headquarter, I think we are very lucky to have CENJOWS. And of course, we also have USI. That takes a load of us, and more than the load, they give us a independent flavor of things, a more comprehensive view of things. And since we are looking at handling joint issues, I think their inputs are extremely beneficial. So thank you so much, and your team, for organizing this event for us. And all that is left for me is to congratulate CENJOWS for conducting this seminar and congratulating you on your raising day, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that thought-provoking address. May I now request Major General Ashok Kumar, DG CENJOWS, to kindly present a memento to Air Marshal Tejinder Singh. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request everyone to join us for tea and interaction in the foyer area. Please be back by 1100 hours for the timely conduct of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? You're requested to take your seats and put your devices on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? You're requested to take your seats and put your devices on silent mode. We shall now resume the proceedings of the second annual Trident lecture. It is now my privilege to invite Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Yuddha Seva Medal, Sena Medal, retired, member of Union Public Service Commission, to deliver the special address on civil-military fusion, the way for national growth. He has held key operational, instructional, and strategic appointments. He commanded an infantry brigade in counterinsurgency operations, the Baramulla division along the line of control in the Kashmir Valley, and a pivot corps along the western borders. He served 2 tenures at the Military Operations Directorate, dealing with doctrines and force structuring, and was the Director General, Perspective Planning, addressing issues related to military futures and force modernization. He has also been Commandant of the Army War College, and he has authored close to 70 publications. Sir, may I kindly request you to address the gathering? As it will be followed by a question and answer session. I request you to kindly take the seat on the stage after your address. Over to you, sir.
All right, so the DSITs dot Vice Admiral Rajesh Dhankar, DG CENJOWS, Major General Ashok Kumar, many veterans, familiar faces, friends, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be a part of the second annual Trident lecture series on national resurgence through the lens of civil-military fusion. Now, I've been asked once again to speak on civil-military fusion. Actually, I regret writing that book because after that, I've become identified with civil-military fusion. But I wish to tell you people that there is more to me than civil-military fusion. Anyway, but I've tried to put the subject into context. And so I will try and tell you how I interpret the subject as to how we can strengthen our national security through civil-military fusion. And therefore, I will also recommend a precise roadmap, or try and recommend a precise roadmap that we should follow over the next 1 or 2 years. And I'll finish what I have to say in about 30 minutes, and the next 30 minutes for Q&A. I really want to engage with you people because I think that's the most gratifying part of any interaction. It helps to push me and to take the national security conversations to the next level. So how I interpret this subject is like this. And I think this is a fact that national security today is a wide-angled endeavor. I may remember when I was a colonel or a lieutenant colonel, national security was largely about military readiness. And the other pieces didn't matter so much. But today I would argue that, say, equity, productivity, prosperity, technological prowess, culture of innovation, and military readiness or war-winning lethality make this whole piece of national security. So I'll give you an example. For example, you may say innovation. How does it matter? So let's take what's happening between the Americans and the Chinese. 5 years back, Eric Schmidt said that we are 7 years ahead of the Chinese in AI. They can't keep pace with us, AI. We have a 7-year lead and we'll preserve it. So how will we preserve it? I think it was Antony Blinken who said, small yard, high fence. So confine these technologies to a small yard, create a high fence, and nobody else should get this technology. And then very famously, they came up with the CHIPS Act, which was about outright denying the Chinese chips. And look what the Chinese do with innovation. I think over 2 years, they first come up with DeepSeek, which is the equivalent of ChatGPT at 1/10 of the cost, lower GPUs, less memory, and DeepSeek combines with Jack Ma's QN, and today it is challenging any of the American models. And then I think in 6 months later, Huawei comes up with the Tao's law. Now, Tao's law has not got traction in India, but when I read Tao's law, it will be game-changing. So Huawei is asserting through a new physical principle, they will get nanometry down to 1.2 nanometers. Huawei's best chips today are 3 to 4 nanometers. And they say that this new principle, which I don't understand, but they make this assertion, they will not need lithography. Now, the whole Western system is dependent on Dutch lithography. So you're going to bypass lithography and you're going to get chips at 1.2 nanometers. And if that was not enough, I think in May this year, at the National or International Supercomputer Conference, there is a Chinese supercomputer at some 2.3 exaflops or so, exceeds the American supercomputer. And I think just last month, you had this Kimi 3, 2.98 trillion parameter frontier model. In one fell swoop, Eric Schmidt now says the lead is 2 months. Eric Schmidt, 7 years. And what do the Chinese do? They disguise it in clever statecraft. उन्होंने बोला था small yard, high fence. They are saying small yard, big world. We don't keep technologies with us. Actually, they do it on a different matter. Open source. No, this is the kind of pushback. And all this stuff is going to go to the PLA and all that. So this is why, this is what makes national security a very different ball game today. And in order to realize these national security objectives, CMF is the tool. I mean, the Chinese have practiced MCF. It's all in my book. The Americans are trying to beat them. And this CMF today rests on 3 structures. One is talent. The 2 is the adoption of global best practices. And the 3rd I'll come to. Now see, the topic is CMF, but the whole subject has gone beyond CMF. It's just not civil military. It says talents, attributes from any source. Military, civil, private sector, government, academia, from the R&D ecosystem. It's about collapsing all silos. It's about surgical eradication of tribalism. I mean, we are still stuck in the industrial era debates of theaterization, which is really 1990s stuff. Today in Ukraine, you have integrated autonomy. It's actually a fact. I think in the Kursk Peninsula, the Ukrainians, they had a maritime drone releasing an UGV, which was autonomously led to Russian dispositions, and it fired and assaulted, unmanned absolutely, and monitored by air surveillance drones. What is this? Maritime drone, land drone, aerial drone. So that's where the debate is moving. These silos have to go, whether you do them out of wisdom or you do them out of acceptance. That's the first piece. Look at how global best practices are moving. 2 weeks back, I think 3 weeks back, there's a guy called Omar Yagi. You can Google him. He's an American Muslim Nobel laureate in chemistry. And who picks him up? Tsinghua University, China. Why? He's heading their department of next generation AI advanced materials. Nobel laureate in chemistry, Tsinghua University. That's the way the game is going. There's a new book which has come out about Spar and Stanford. The VCs in California Valley have created a pre-idea fund. Now just think of it, pre-idea fund. What does it mean? They go to Stanford and they survey the 10, 12 brightest minds. And these are VCs interested in national security. And these 10, 12 brightest minds, they are given, I mean, before the idea is born. So they say Raj Shukla is one of those great guys. Before an idea is in my head, they'll give me $2 billion. And say, if you make a company, call us. If you don't make a company, forget us. Knowing fully well that these 12 guys are such high performance individuals that out of them 10 will try and 8 will make successful companies. Now, I'm not saying we can do that in India, but that is the way the game is moving. Around the same time that Omar Yagi was picked as the head of the advanced material divisions of AI, 5 Indians in the International Science Olympiad, they swept. They got 5 gold in physics. Now I'm saying those 5 people, before some American company picks them up, why can't we put 2 of them in DRDO, 1 in the office of the CDS, give 2 to the Bangalore ecosystem? Now I'm from the same system as you guys. You will all tell me कि ये हो ही नहीं सकता. अगर नहीं होगा तो हमारा what we are doing, we will do. What the Chinese are doing, they will do. What the Americans are doing, they will do. And 15 years hence, you'll know where we lie in the competition. Now, these are all the arguments, of civil-military fusion, which we actually have to see. In fact, if you look closely, the whole game in national security is moving from L1 to H1. Or I'm saying that we are stuck in this L1 game. We keep justifying it for all kinds of silly reasons. It has just been thrown out by the world. They take the best talent. There is no L1. The Chinese, in creating a product, create H1. How they get costs down is by scaling it up, by capturing markets. So our whole outlook to this business has to change. And I know while there are great difficulties in changing it, the consequences will be severe. Look at the private sector. It keeps lecturing us day in and day out. And we in the government listen to it because we know we have a lot of problems. But is the private sector any better? In the United States, I'm told $975 billion are spent every year on science, R&D, most of it related to national security. Most of it, not completely. $700 billion comes from the private sector. China, $545 billion, you can't say really where it is coming from because very difficult to differentiate between SOEs and the private sector. And but in the Indian case, it's less than $40 billion. And what's coming from the private sector is negligible. Your Anusandhan fund, it's all government. Why it is not that the private sector, what surprises me is not that why the private sector is not spending on R&D. What surprises me is that the top honchos of the private sector, supposedly the better minds, see no value in R&D. Don't you know where you will be 10 years from hence? And so while L1 has become a problem with the government, the ROI has become a problem with the private sector. Because every so-called CFO will tell them, sorry, English छोड़ो, ROI. quarterly profit. You keep looking at ROI. If you don't spend on R&D, where will you be 20 years hence? So the point that I'm making is that over the last 10 years, a lot of good things have happened in India. And I'll just give two examples in terms of startups, something like the AK-203. But I think we have now reached a very critical phase where we have to take a call on these big questions of talent, L1, ROI. Because this is the next phase of global best practices, because if we don't do this, then we might continue to lag. And the third point that I want to make is that, see, these issues are part of grand strategy now. Quite unwittingly, what do the Americans do? American grand strategies pick up the best talent from the world. Satya Nadella, Elon Musk, put them to a university space which is liberally funded. Let's all ideas flow, and this talent gives you technology and wealth. And use some of that wealth to nurse military power. 800 bases, 11 aircraft carriers. They underwrite the dollar. They underwrite the economic system. Now, this is their grand strategy. The Chinese grand strategy is even more surprising. Z, when he came to power, he said our economics will be Marxist left. And he actually made this statement. He said, enough of wealth. The time has come to convert that wealth into power. And those who refused to do that, like Jack Ma, were disciplined. These 100 PLA generals who are who've been dismissed or whatever, dismissed, proceeded against, some of them are corruption, but many of them are for military incompetence, not being ready for Taiwan, not being technologically savvy. All these issues. But so anyway, the point I was coming was, so economy, Marxist left. Politics, Leninist left. Party is supreme. Party is more powerful than the PLA. Party is more powerful than the market. And nationalism was to the right. So more nationalism, get Taiwan back, the greatest military in the world. And then very curiously, these are the ideologues. They said that the best way to deliver resources, so the traditional way of land, labor, capital, to optimize their delivery, 8-10 years back, they had concluded that we made a mistake. And the best way to deliver these resources was through the market. It was the most efficient deliverer of resources. Now, what are they saying? And this should worry us. They said the only resource which is more efficient than the market to deliver these resources is technology and AI. And when it comes from an ideological platform of the CCP, President Z, right or wrong, you will get all this deep seek and all this stuff that has flowed. So in a country where ideological drivers are so strong, and somehow we don't get it because we don't understand Mandarin. So although their internal discussions, these are debated through years before they come to these very powerful deductions. So this is the competition we are against in terms of CMF. And as I keep saying, our grand strategy is enshrined in our civilizational outlook. Whether it was deliberate, I don't know, but the Saraswati Lakshmi Durga Commission says precisely the same thing. That invest in R&D, create the best universities, Nalanda, Allahabad University, which was the Oxford of the East, invest genuinely in academia, R&D, and that will give you Lakshmi. So our whole attitude to Lakshmi has to change. Till today, I think startups and businessmen are treated like pleaders. They have to be equals. I mean, a time has come when the MOD should have a technology council with startups and the private sector sitting together with the bureaucrats and soldiers. Truly respect Lakshmi and the wealth that you create. Use some of that to nurse your instruments of power, Durga. So, that is the overall pitch that I wanted to make. Now, I'll just point to two phenomenal successes that have happened in recent times and then try and come to the roadmap that I was talking of. See, I think when this government came to power, it did 3-4 brilliant things, quite unprecedented. One was the CDS DMA, which was actually game-changing in so many ways. In fact, in my view, the way it was created or envisaged was more powerful than Barry Goldwater Nichols. It should have delivered far more than it has delivered. The second was Atmanirbharta in defense. Atmanirbharta in defense has always been a slogan. And right or wrong, in the Nehruvian days, we said Atmanirbharta will come through DRDO PSUs. Unfortunately, they didn't deliver. They didn't deliver DRDO and PSUs. And now, given the challenges that I have pointed out to you, the DRDO PSUs, unless they transform, they are not in a position to deliver. Look at the kind of stuff that startups are doing, Pre-Idea Fund, Umar Yagi. This is the talent you're up against. So this is the second, anyway, so that's what Atmanirbharta in defense. Then these normals in our, new normals in our strategic outlook. And the fourth point, which is not very evident, but I think is very significant, is that defense has started coming out of the shadows of foreign policy. In my time, I mean, the whole thing was, what is MEA saying? What is MEA doing? That is no longer the case. I find 3 stars, 4 stars, articulating, speaking in public. Pehle ek time tha when I was a colonel brigadier, if you spoke on Pakistan, you would have an Indian Express heading. What is that heading? I'm forgetting that heading. Anyway, when a chap speaks too much, what do you say? Only when I recall that, I will say. But that was the way of Indian civil society keeping a close watch on generalship, not letting them speak. Loose cannons. The heading would be loose cannons. They were not meant to speak on anything. All that has changed. But this second phase, you know, this other stuff will only happen because if we take further steps. Now look at this, you know, this phenomenal success of Sher, AK-203, this setup in Korma, Amethi. It exemplifies success in CMF. I remember this, and this tribute must go to General Bipin Rawat, because he was one of the first who posted army officers there. I think Ravi Patil was there before that. And currently it's S.K. Sharma. I know S.K. Sharma personally. He's a very dynamic, brilliant officer. And look what he's done in these 2 to 3 years. You have this Indo-Russian Rifles Private Limited going, a JV between Indian Defense Forces and Kalashnikov. And we produced this AK-203 indigenously, lighter than the AK-47, compatible with Indian ammunition, 100% indigenization, which is 50 primary components and the 180 child parts. And I visited that factory. It was amazing. I visited that factory when Ravi Patil was there. But what has happened now is that all these child parts, you know, their chemical, physical properties have been bought to Indian standards. In concert with 100 MSMEs, 3 lakh rounds have been fired, no stoppages. Now, I remember, you know, when I was commanding a division in Baramulla, or before that also, it was common knowledge, you know, before night patrols went out along the LC and the LAC, Jawans would rush to get that one weapon. And they hoped it would be an AK-47, because if the insas landed up in your hands, koi raat ko rok pad sakta tha, and that would be your end. I mean, this was their compact they made with technology. This is how vital these things are. And today, if you have a weapon AK-203, 20,000, 12,000 rifles a month, no stoppages, lighter, it is a phenomenal development. I mean, it is just a small arms. But before that, we could not deliver a small arms weapon to our people. It is done entirely in this. You speak to S.K. Sharma, he'll tell you how painstakingly they went to these 100 MSMEs, created these capacities there. And also, he tells me that they have created 10,000 jobs. Now that nails the lie that defense is not productive. Defense pump primes the economy. We have to nail one more lie. And if you have this and many other things put together, I don't understand how defense doesn't add to the GDP. It is giving you jobs. It is better than digging those what is that, gaddas in there? What is that scheme we had? So these are some fundamental truths that have to be challenged. And by successes like this, and it is an absolute success, because without those MSMEs, it wouldn't have happened. And you put 3 military officers at the apex, and they've transformed that ordnance factory outfit. So I'm building a case now. HAL at one time, you had Air Force officers, very senior Air Force officers, who would be chairman, then come on to be chiefs. I remember Air Marshal Katre, Air Marshal PC Lal. Why don't we restore HAL to the IAF? Perhaps it'll do a better job. The Navy has already proved it because naval officers had dockyards. A couple of PSUs, I remember General Ayappa was the boss of Bharat Electronics at one time. Now, if this is the rate of delivery, this should happen. So it's, you know, those MSMEs are equally important. Why? I'll give you one figure. The Chinese, I'm told, their civil capacities in manufacturing in 2002 were half of those of the Americans. By 2024 or so, the Chinese civil manufacturing capacities become twice. In consequence, the Chinese military industrial complex today on American admission is 5 to 6 times more efficient. The point I'm making is that unless those civil capacities in manufacturing grow, your military capacities will not grow. Now, here is a brilliant example. If all those components are now being done by Indian MSMEs, which dot India's landscape, it's a phenomenal success. And we should carefully take a look at this model. Ammunition was one area which was a traditional weakness. Today you have Adani coming in with Industry 4.0 missiles and ammunition facility in Kanpur. You have to see it. Advanced automation and AI for quality control. It is actually Industry 4.0. 5,000 jobs go up. Hughes Precision Systems, Solar Industries, Loiter Munitions. So I think in some ways today we are now poised to become an ammunition powerhouse. I tell you how big a challenge ammunition was. I'll just give one more anecdote. When I got command of my regiment, I remember 61 Medium. I took it over when it was doing its annual range firing. Now, I haven't forgotten that incident because I was a young CO, enthusiastic, and I went to the gun position along with my Subedar Major, and I saw 18 gun platforms. 5 or 6 were sitting on the layer seat and firing, and the other 10, 12 were firing पीछे से, remote control करके. So I was a young CO. I asked my Subedar Major, I said, ये क्या है, अलग-अलग क्यों है? He told me, sir, ये जो Indian ammunition है, ये पीछे से fire कर रहे हैं. They had taken their normal safety, and the Russian ammunition, those guys are on the layer seat. So I was young and perhaps immature. So I said, कि drill क्या है साहब? So he said, drill है sir, सब layer seat पे. मैंने कहा सबको layer seat पे बैठाओ. And I went back to my tent. I was having lunch and boom, boom, and 2, 3 chaps. 2 got injured, 1 died. The guys who were firing with the Indian ammunition. Now, I felt very bad that, look, the Indian soldier had reached his compact with the quality control. But here was I, enthusiastic. These were the challenges of ammunition. And that case, I remember we took it up very strongly. Anil Chet filed an FIR and all. He was the army commander. Yet scarce little happened. They managed to, in the long run, stymie all this. Now, from that kind of scene with these few ventures of AK-203, this Ambani thing, solar industries, it is great. And this is indigenization as a consequence of CMF. You have now AK-47s, you have better quality artillery ammunition, and I only have an idea of what's happening in the army sphere. Perhaps in the naval and air domains, even better stuff is happening. Look at these startups. I mean, I remember as a colonel, if you interacted with a private sector guy or you were seen with a private sector guy, it would be a career-ending move. Today, the cabinet secretary writes to secretaries of the government of India, at least 4 months back, I saw it, that you don't have to meet private sector guys in a club, chupke, meet him in your office. It's government policy. This is a huge change. And look at some of the startups, Galaxy, though it has had some failures, multispectral imagery and SAR on the same platform, Skyroot, satellites in the LEO, Sarvam, Third iTech, New Space, Panyan, Tata Airbus being a challenge to the HAL, Reliance Rolls-Royce. If this comes through, this AMCA engine is going to be a big deal. So I'm making this case that over the last 10 years, our startups have proved that they can build. We now need to source them either through VCs or through government funding, enable them to scale and back them as national champions as the whole world does. We can't do this stupid L1 thing. That a chap who's good, we tell him, pehle wo pichli line mein lag jao, dobara tumko L1 prove karna hai. It has to be open embrace of these national champions. So these are, the kind of thing. So I'm saying that in these last 10 years, a lot of good things have happened. But now when I come to the roadmap, I'll try and flag 4 or 5 issues to you. That if we don't have leaps of faith on these 4 or 5 issues, if we do not make these big changes, we will again lag. Far from catching up, we will lag. And therefore, these are the critical issues that we have to really examine and dissect. So I'm saying building on these successes and while taking note of the monumental transformations in the character of war and business modeling, and I'll underline monumental. because they don't seem to have seeped into our systems here. How do we leverage the letter and spirit of CMF further to strengthen and fortify India's national security? So I'm saying CMF not as abstract theory, but as a robust practice. And here I will outline 5 to 6 pathways for your very kind consideration. The first is that we need to make the transition to what the world is calling unmanned systems and precise mass. Now, see, this, in my view, is very significant. We need to make the transition doctrinally, structurally, and operationally. Or let me put it this way, the technology has arrived. The doctrines haven't quite been worked out, and so the prowess is not being transferred to the soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the fleets and formations. We need to embrace the drone AI revolution. Look at the mighty US military. What's happened to the US Navy? Let's see. The United States Navy has destroyed 160 Iranian ships. That's a fact of life. It has decimated the Iranian Navy. But it has ceased to be a factor in the Strait, which was its primary purpose, because it has refused to make the transition. It is not small enough, agile enough, autonomous enough. In the words of General Patriots himself, it has been slow to learn the lessons of Ukraine. This is what happens. And very recently, some Pentagon assessments have been leaked, and there is a whole CFR report by Rush Doshi. Do read it. And I'm just quoting him verbatim. He says the US military is unready for a Taiwan contingency because it has failed to make this transition to precise mass. Now we have to see in that context, do we need to make the transition? Should we to this? I feel yes. Drone AI in very aggressive way. And what is this precise mass? It is cheap systems which are also precise, that can be manufactured cheaply, fielded rapidly, sustained readily at scale in wartime. And in terms of imagery, if I have to capture it, more Shahids than Tomahawks. The Shahid, in my view, has proved to be more lethal than the Tomahawk. Look at this. The Iranians, for every $1 that the Iranians spend on the Shahid, the West or the USA spends $28 to intercept it. In case of the Patriot, the cost equation is 1:114. Now you may say, how does it matter? I will come to that. 16 bases now. It is now admitted by the officialdom of Pentagon. 16 American bases have virtually been annihilated because of the Shahid. They could intercept the missiles, but they just couldn't intercept the drones. 15% of Qatari CNG has been destroyed for 5 years. The Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier doesn't have a port of call. So it has to go all the way to Diego Garcia. This is what the Shahid drone did. And to quote somebody else, it has caused a generational loss by way of attrition in American deterrence because of the Patriots and THAADs consumed. Now we have to see in our case. I mean, what are the costs of this? Should we make this transition far more speedily? And this is a doctrinal kind of issue. It spreads across 3 services, but this transition to precise mass is something that we must see. In July, there are accounts all over the net now about the Battle of the Mayak Corridor. We must read it. So what is this whole story of the Mayak Corridor? That for 3 years, the Ukrainians had this whole advantage in drones, where tanks were not moving, artillery was pushed back. So the Russians said, why can't we beat these drones? So for 3 years, they created on their T-90 tanks, they put this Arena M system, which is a hard kill system based on a very sophisticated radar which could identify these FPVs and had 12 missiles to take them out. So now you have an offensive structure on these T-90s with the Arena M radar and traditional artillery and engineers and all that. And they have an objective. I can't pronounce that Russian name, Darovhalia or something like that, but that's not consequential. The offensive was 60 kilometers deep. And 3 years of preparation, the Russians said, we'll get to this objective. And they are met by the Ukrainians in the traditional mode, what they call persistent robotic overwatch, which means through FPV drones, they can persistently monitor 3 layers, where your artillery is, where your engineers are, follow them, and what the leading echelons are. And now the armor, because it had realized it was taken out by these drones, they had changed their whole assault into very separated formations, not together and all that. And they were supposed to do this 60 kilometers, and they were pretty confident. The Ukrainians had those sensors and what they call ubiquitous sensor system, and they had a battery of drones. So FPVs, surveillance drones, heavy bomber drones of various kinds to take on everything. And the short story is that that 60-kilometer offensive was decimated at a depth of 6 kilometers. How? Because did those 12 anti-FPV missiles, were they good? Yes. Were they accurate? Yes. Did they take out the FPVs? Yes. But for every 12 FPVs they took out, there was a 13 drone available to come and take out the tank. So you have to see those videos. They couldn't even reach the kill zone. And once they reached this termination line, when they had decimated the artillery, follow-up echelons, and much of the tanks, now these tanks disperse further. And those drones come and hunt them like hunters do. So in this whole battle between artillery, armor, etc., the FPVs or these drones are still winning. It is so dramatic that, say, on that frontier, Russia-Ukraine frontier, artillery has been pushed back by 30 kilometers. This year, Ukraine has placed an order for 8 million drones, no field artillery. I'm a field gunner. My life has been a waste. I'm dead. Tanks don't move. This is a reality. Infantry was getting away. Now it gets taken out in 10 minutes. People talk of, AI killing jobs. AI has killed professions. Artillery, armored corps, infantry, till you can find some ways out. In the Battle of Mayak Corridor, told you that we haven't as yet found a way out. So we have to very seriously see what we need to do about this. Look at drones and look what the future is. Scale bit, precise mass, how the mass is so important. This year, the Russians fired 50,000 drones into Ukraine. The USA gave an order for 22,000 systems. They have also got DAP like us. So out of 22,000 drones, 3,000 were delivered. Ukrainians, I told, 8 million. What is the Chinese figure? Just wonder. Combat drones. 1 billion drones. Now, 1 billion drones, this analyst writes that of the 3 aircraft carriers deployed for a Taiwan contingency, the Chinese will put 1 million drones on each aircraft carrier. वही होगा जो ये Arena M का हाल हुआ है. So this is why this transition to precision mass is a very important issue, and I want to highlight. May I also make one more point to you, that ideation in national security needs to deepen. We are not having those serious debates. I'll give you an example. You pick up the recent issue of the foreign affairs. So I was drawn to it because it was headline war. And war because the whole world is at war. Out of the 15 articles that I saw there, unless I made a mistake, there is only one by a military man, Dave Patrius. All the other 14 are by civilians, and they will resonate with you so much. What amazes me is how civilians understand defense and national security better than me and can write on these squadron company battles with a deep understanding of all that. Unless we produce this kind of civilian ideation in India, our national security will not deepen. So the larger issue is how you resource think tanks. You have to be more liberal with what we pay our researchers. And somehow this conversation must grow, or India is not going to the next level. You need to respect and reward your researchers. The other great example is this book on Project Maven, Katrina Wilson. I mean, here's a journalist with such a deep understanding of national security. So this is one more point I wanted to, throw to you. This point about burn and churn rates. Now, burn rates is what I saw in the American media. Churn is my own coinage, but see, I think this has become the crux of the issue. Look what the Iranians had. These drone missile cities were actually a reality. Each time Hexeth made that fake assertion, 80% destroyed, said he was destroying the boulders over those cities. Those missiles were intact. And this is actually a fact because I heard that, I think, interview of Wahidi or some chap. He said, oh, kitna bhi, he was speaking in Persian, but the translation I saw was that they may fire any missiles. We always, our manufacturing is more than the missiles that they can destroy. And now it does seem to be a fact. because in intercepting these missiles, you know that whole thing about Trump getting mad on Hexagon, he didn't get mad on him because he was not kept apprised. He got mad on him that to intercept these some dollar drones, you have made me fire 70% of the Patriot inventory and 27% of its third inventory. And now that other leak has come where the other commanders, they said, you know, non-concur. तो तुमने हमारे theater सारे खाली कर दिए. This is what has happened, burn and churn rates. Now, can you imagine Putin salivating? Kiev has got no interceptors. I mean, he'll play merry hell into Ukraine now. Now, these are the consequences of these small issues of, you know, transition to precise mass. While the term may be that, if you go into the deeper connotations, it is huge. I'm told the total deficit of these THAAD and Patriot missiles is 3,600 or 3,600, and the Americans will not be able to recoup them before 2031. What does that tell Z? What does that tell Putin? So they are geostrategic effects of geopolitical effects of these, and therefore we have to see it very carefully. The future to me seems to be robotics. You're seeing the beginnings of robotics in Ukraine. It's happening. They actually call it persistent robotic overwatch. The Chinese, to our very unfortunately, have now produced these robot dogs which carry 4 anti-tank missiles. Industrial robots, which should give you an indication of things to come. Look at the figures. USA, 32,000. Germany, 26,000. India has not opened its scorecard as yet. And China, 2.95 lakhs. So we have to make this investment in robotics. I don't see it happening. In fact, if you go to Beijing and all, you find them in hotels, this, that, but gives you an indication of what the future is. The next point that I want to make is very seriously about this drone missile force. Why is it so important? See, my understanding, and you're most welcome to question me on this, is that as the operational architectures are evolving about air power, unless you have stealth, you will not be able to operate in a contested envelope with abandon. So the Israelis and Americans have done it for brief periods, but with the F-35. Even with the F-35, the Americans have been very cautious. I remember Dan Kane saying after 10 days of the war that we are now making the transition from standoff to stand-in targeting, from the Tomahawk to JDAMs. And then they were back again when the Iranians got the AD. So this is a fact of life and if the F-35 doesn't come, we are not going to have close air support. We are not going to have a favorable air situation. And what drones have done, they give you all these options. In Ukraine, drones are giving you ranges from 25 kilometers to 2,500 kilometers. Spiderweb, 2,500 kilometers, you destroyed 40 aircraft, 10 strategically capable nuclear bombers. Today, drones are being used to isolate Crimea. I mean, in my days in the army, or perhaps even now, we used armored divisions to isolate these great strategic objectives. Drones have isolated Crimea. Drones are hitting Wildberry Amazon warehouses, North Sea oil refineries. In fact, in a radius of 3,000 kilometers, most Russian oil refineries have been decimated. 30% of their gas stations are without gas. And this was, Russia used to be called a gas station because there was no dearth of gas. There are queues. So the effects are no longer tactical, they are operational and strategic. So I'm saying, and we know now they are developing their Flamingo missiles, cruise missiles of 3,000 kilometers, which is more powerful than Tomahawk. And I'm told it is on the verge of being fielded. If the Flamingo missiles come in adequate numbers with drones, see what they will do. You must, in the same Foreign Affairs, or perhaps the next one, there's an article called Drone Democracy in Ukraine. It outlines the fight between Fedorov and Syrskyi. It's very interesting. So Fedorov was this Minister of Digital Affairs, pushing digitization, technological innovation. He was the man responsible for Ukraine taking a decision of an independent service of unmanned systems. Because he said that if you integrate them with the rest of the services like we are doing, they will not retain their salience and they will not deliver. And he insisted on 1,000 technology geeks, who are these real high minds and all this stuff, and that contributed to the success of all that we are speaking of. He ran into trouble with Sirisky, who was a gunner like me, army man, very conservative, old world. And because of that fight of the pace of technological innovation, first Fedorov is sacked. But Fedorov is sacked, but he's so popular there that we have street protests, the Jantar Mantar stuff, and Zelensky's put into a quandary. So now Sirisky is sacked. So Fedorov goes, Sirisky goes. Why? Because of a dispute on the pace of technological innovation. If these are the debates around the world, भारत में जो इतना इत्मीनान है ना, उसी से मेरे को it's not a good sign, because this is what is happening all over the world. But the happy ending is that I forget the names, but Sirisky's successor is a technological, he's even more technologically this thing, the military man. And Fedorov's successor is the man who was the brain behind Operation Spiderweb. So it is this kind of creativity, imagination from the civil military worlds together, in fact, classic civil military fusion. And not our current system of, silos and all that. So all these should inspire us. If you think drones are not lethal, I mean, look at these figures. 500,000 killed in the Russian-Ukraine war. 500,000, both sides. 1.4 million wounded, killed. I'm told these figures are certainly more than World War I. The Russian casualties have been 4 times those of the Americans since World War II. So Vietnam, Iraq, all that put together. So this is why, in my view, this drone missile force is extremely important. Now even Pakistan has created a rocket force. So I think we need a drone missile force, an instrument of conventional deterrence to complement piloted air power. But I don't know where it stands. I'm told we have approved one. If we have approved, then it should see, in my view, light at a far faster pace. The next real major decision we have to make is about the civil to software. See, MODs have always been hardware institutions, focus on weapon platforms. But today, much of lethality, war-winning lethality, I'm not talking of logistics or supply chains, war-winning lethality is coming from investments in software. All this drones thing that I spoke about would not be possible without Delta or Maven, which is an AI-enabled analytics platform which took 4 to 5 years to build. Have we started making investments in this system? We should have it. Look at space. Today, private sector companies can give you satellites in LEO, which will meet the requirements of Northern Command. You don't have to depend on ISRO. They can do it similarly for the Maritime Theater and for the Eastern Command. And many of our sky route, kar denge. But I think, these are the areas we have to look at. Targeting has moved to machine speed. Good example, Venezuela. Good example, Iran, where in 5 minutes on the 28th of February, because targeting was at machine speed, you took out those 50 leaders. In fact, somebody gave me a good, by the way, DG ISI is, USI is here. I was given these 37 essays to correct. And I was amazed at the quality of those essays. I mean, they're brilliant, some of them. And I'm picking this data from there. Somebody writes there that previously to generate the tempo of Gulf War 1 and 2, if you needed 20,000 people, today because of AI enablement, you need 20. With AI, if you analyze 50 targets in 1 hour, if you didn't have AI, you would do 3. Now, this is what's happening, targeting at machine speed. It will not happen without Claude. So Sarvam is doing something, should be much faster. Other day, I heard the statement from Sarvam CEO that if you give me $10 billion, I will give you frontier AI. Why can't the Ministry of Defense give him $10 billion? What is $10 billion for the Ministry of Defense? If Sarvam AI can get you into the front line of AI, why not do that? We have to invest in Lattice, which is a software for drone autonomy. So we are seeing all those end products, but all these, in fact, if you read that project Maven, it's a wonderful read to tell you how it has been an 8-year project, killed by successive commanders, those conservative guys, and how it survived that whole fight. Now, those fights have to begin in India. But if you don't have an equivalent of Delta, Claude, Lattice, even Mythos is a cyber nuke. It has scared the hell out of PLA because it threatens their operating system. So the case that I'm making is that MOD and the Indian military has to make this great pivot to a software entity. And I think it needs a leap of faith to understand the urgency of all this. Also, see how fast things are changing. Till last year in Ukraine, the most prized commodity was drone operators. The skill with which you operated drones, the skill with which you operated counter drones, MIROP systems. This year, it has transitioned almost wholly to algorithmic warfare. So data which is trained on algorithms, laboratories, in the theaters, it's all algorithmic now. It is actually a fact that software innovations are being delivered in Ukraine every 2 weeks and hardware innovations every 4 weeks. So you cannot have procurement from Delhi. You try any fancy amendments to DPP and all, it cannot meet the diktats of software. Hardware, yes. So these are the major transitions that we need to. I'm quoting from that essay somebody wrote, the industrial age was all about mass and firepower. The information age was about network centricity and precision, Gulf War 1 and 2. Gulf War 1 saw network centricity. Gulf War 2 was when, because of the organization structure amendments you had made about theaterization, a Bradley tank commander could call for the fire of an F-16 directly. That's what brought lethality to the battlefield. AI digital age will be about cognitive ability and speed, about data and software as a primary operational resource. I'm saying primary. And data is the other day was CDS was talking about the great challenge of data readiness. I agree with him. Your AI depends on the quality of your data. And data cleansing, data readiness is a huge change that we need to get you, because all this will have consequences on your decision making, on the OODA loop, and will take you to newer vistas in precision and lethality. Even as we are arguing about human in the loop, out of the loop, no, human, what is it? In the loop, on the loop, all that is extremely important. The reality in Ukraine is that human is out of the loop. There's no time to listen to the human being. So this is the pace at which software is moving, and it is affecting your lethality, and therefore we need to do this. I think I've taken, so I'll just quickly rush through. The third thing we really need to take a fresh look, I think, is at our air defense subterranean resilience. Look what's happened. These geometries are getting so complex that the Americans intercepted most of the missiles, but could not intercept many of the drones. So those 16 air bases were annihilated. Ukraine, on the other hand, because of MEROP and the counter drone system, they have been able to intercept much of the drones, but they are helpless against the missiles because they don't have Patriots and THAADs. Now we have to see in our case, the S-400 and Akash did some good work in Sindoor, but are they good enough against, say, the rocket force? With all kinds of ballistic, cruise, hypersonics, mix of drones, I have my doubts. So we have to take a comprehensive look at our AD architecture beyond the simplistic thing of saying S-400, Akash Tir. What do you do about these? In fact, if you ask me today in Gulf, the only resource more valuable than oil is AD. Because AD you need for what? Not only for this, you need to protect your data centers. Is Bombay any less useful than Delhi? The Bangalore ecosystem will get hit. I mean, that is the absolute reality. We have to take a very strong look at this in the Indian context, because look at the defense pact. Turkey will be supercharging Pakistan's drone capacities. Next time, those drones may not be, as benign as the drones in Sindoor were. I was always amazed that they kept loitering but never hit anything. Will they be as benign? I don't think so. So we have to really look at this complex challenge of drones, missiles, afresh. See what we need to look at this MEROP system. You remember Trump, how he humiliated Zelensky? And he said, you have no cards, Zelensky. When it came to epic fury and those 16 bases were in danger, Trump was pleading with Zelensky. Zelensky is a gentleman, or He doesn't have Trump's stature, but privately he must be telling him, Mr. President, I have the cards which will bring your presidency to an end. Now, this is how this whole game is moving in AD geometries and all. Patriots, THAADs, and we need an equivalent of Patriot THAAD, and most importantly, plugged into an advanced space-based early warning intercept system. That latter is critical. Without those space warnings, you will not be intercepted. So we need some version of the Golden Dome, a massive project, technological sophistication, investments. Also look at this business of a subterranean posture. Most of the militaries have ordered a review of their posture. And the big lesson is, see, Iranians, what have they done? One simple lesson, they have said they take the Pickaxe Mountain, which is their nuclear framework, they have said take it beyond the range of a B2. So dig it so deep that it is beyond B2. And much of their drone missile cities have survived because they were dug into those caves with years of examination of strategic geography, geological attributes, so on and so forth. We have to take a look at our leadership, at our major deployments. I mean, the LAC may be very prone to these kind of attacks. So now these are the projects of the future or that we have to look at, subterranean posture, so on and so forth. And the last point that I would like to make is about this magazine depth. I remember General Rawat used to say, why do you need 40i? And we found it very difficult to explain why we need 40i also. But today you see what's happening. I mean, Trump has brought the Accelerated Munitions Council under the White House. Every month he reviews the state of munitions. It is so critical. And we have a whole lot of, whatever the naval equivalents of Tomahawks and this whole Patriot THAAD business. Do we need 40i? I think we need 90i. Or we at least need to, because it was all based on those previous, I would say, extremely silly assumptions of short swift wars. This is nothing called a short swift war. They're pretty long. I mean, now, as of now, the Americans are saying mid 2027. So it's going to be a slow, long war. So in that sense, we have to take a look at our missiles, drones, interceptors, look at the scale, look at surge capacities. I know this is a big far cry in our sense, but look what the Chinese have done. So Xiaomi was a mobile company, but they gave it such a digital kind of architecture that Xiaomi swiveled to a car company, EV company. Today, Xiaomi has also swiveled into a robotics company, and part of those robotics, or 30% of those robotic capacities, are with the PLA for surge capacities and ammunition. So this is how this whole challenge of national security is moving. I just thought I'll highlight them. And so since the bell has rung, the last point I'd like to make is this, that if all these propositions are valid, then the best way to audit them is to look at budget 27. If budget 27 is about the traditional tanks, guns, I mean, I have no quarrel with tanks, guns, I'm a gunner myself, but if they're all only about tanks, guns, and if we are spending 2 lakh crores on modernization and not, if 1 lakh crores are not for cloud infra, edge compute, data readiness, encryptors, algorithmic warfare, robotics, all the things of the future, then very respectfully, we are preparing for the last war and not the next. So these are some of my thoughts in the context of CMF that I was asked to speak on. I have finished. If there are any questions, I'll be delighted to take them on. We open for questions? Yeah.
for sharing your valuable insights and for engaging with the audience. May I now request the Vice Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Sandeep Jain, to kindly present a memento and a copy of the book Op Sindoor to Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Thank you, sir. Sir, please. We now move to the second special address of the day. The character of warfare is undergoing a fundamental transformation, with operations increasingly demanding the integration of capabilities across multiple domains and the ability to generate effects in a coordinated and synchronized manner. To deliberate upon this topic, it is my privilege to invite Lieutenant General Sandeep Jain, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vice Chief of Army Staff, to deliver the special address on Fighting Smartly, Multi-Domain Operations and the Concept of Jointness. He has commanded an infantry battalion in semi-desert terrain as well as in the United Nations mission in South Sudan and an infantry brigade in a strike corps, a counter-insurgency force. His operational experience includes Operation Pavan, service as a military observer with the United Nations mission in Ethiopia, and multiple tenures in high altitude and counterinsurgency operations along the line of control and in the Northeast. He has commanded a corps in Northern Command and later served as Chief of Staff, Southern Command. He also served as General Officer Commanding in Chief, Southern Command, before taking over the charge of the Vice Chief of the Army Staff. Sir, may I kindly request you to address the gathering?
Vice Admiral Rajesh Dhankar, General Raj Shukla, Major General Ashok Kumar, esteemed veterans, fellow officers, friends from industry, academia, and strategic community, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, sort of disclaimer, after an extremely sort of stimulating talk by General Raj Shukla, mine is going to be anodyne, may not be that stimulating, so to speak. But I'll be happy to answer some of the questions which got raised during the question answer session as they pertain to the Vice Chief's desk, as was brought out, so to speak, sir. That is one part. And I'm also sort of a little bit humbled to see so many old sort of officers with whom I have had the opportunity to serve and maybe interact after this, sir. So it's a privilege to interact with the audience as part of the second annual Trident lecture. A trident has 3 prongs, but only one thrust. The prong matters because they are held together and pointed the same way. And this is the subject as has been brought out. So let me start with 3 operational issues from Op Sindoor, with which we are generally familiar. Now, the Op Sindoor did not really start on 7th of May when certain targets were targeted. That was the moment Op Sindoor became visible. The cyber domain and intelligence networks had been building up in the background prior to the event and maybe for many years before that. So it was not that it started on a particular day. The battle was fought at not only those locations, but in the electromagnetic spectrum, networks, diplomatic, as well as the information space. And most importantly, it was not fought by the military or the soldiers alone. Intelligence networks, cyber operators, national information environment in which every citizen with a mobile phone was a participant also fought Op Sindoor. And this is how modern battles are going to be fought in multiple domains. The domains will not get restricted to military alone. These issues underscore the transition where traditional binaries of peace and war has given way to something far more blurred, diffused, dispersed, and pervasive. Now, fighting smartly. Let me place the reality of our operational environment. I think most of you are aware because fighting smartly means something different for us. And some of it was alluded to by General Raj Shukla also, when he focused that this is our capability development focus should be, which aim towards fighting smartly. Our defense forces may be the only ones required to fight all 5 generations of warfare at the same time. He brought out that, do we require tanks and guns? Yes, we require them also. And do we require networks and ISR and so on and so forth? Yes, we require that also. Now that is a challenge. I mean, just taking a cue from this Iran war, someone may think today with missiles only you can fight the war and get away with it. But that may not be true in our context where we have borders. We have contested borders. So while we have to fight the Iran model, we also have to fight the Russia-Ukraine model where people will come in contact, kill each other, and so on and so forth. So in Operation Sindhu, the destruction of certain targets were necessary, but it is worth asking which of our actions will weigh on the adversary the longest. Now, there was an article in the paper today that our deterrence model has to change, I think by one Mrs. Kantha, I'm forgetting the name. So that is the question which we are asking. The suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty, for instance, was not a military action, so to speak, but it will probably have a longer and more consequential effect, which a missile probably cannot do. So kinetic actions establish credibility, and the non-kinetic instruments extend the consequences beyond the day. That's sort of a given. Now, again, talking about Iran, despite the considerable destruction which we have seen on the TV screens, so to speak, one may ask whether a change in adversaries' behavior is best pursued through the most expensive instrument when the vulnerabilities lay equally in the economic domain, the networks, and cohesion domain. This is something what the Americans are also trying to do, shift gears from military to economic. The lesson is the same. Fighting smartly does not mean striking less. It means asking which instrument will be working on the adversary a month later, making the problem harder than our own and spending less to hurt him more. And employing the domain. I mean, that's what the Americans, again, they have realized after spending all their missile arsenal that maybe they could have fought more smartly and used some other instruments, which they are trying to do now. And employing the domain that suits the best at the moment, rather than committing all the domains simply because we have them. But let me add one more facet. We may tend to assume that the adversary is standing still when we act, but he's not. We know that. He disperses, he saturates our sensors. So fighting smartly is fighting well against someone who is also trying to fight back smartly. And let me take this forward under 3 important heads. First is sequencing the effects. Against such an adversary, it is not about how much we can bring to bear, but in what order or sequence. In Nagorno-Karabakh, drones, electronic warfare, and precision targeting dismantled in weeks, which had taken years to build. In Ukraine, a smaller force has imposed disproportionate cost on a larger one by fusing sensing, targeting, and strike into one architecture. In Ops Indur, ground intelligence, cyber, and electronic warfare gave the joint targeting cycle its precision, while the Navy's repositioning shaped the strategic calculus at once. So the sequencing was important there. Every domain created the condition the next one needed. So that is what we are now building towards. But sequencing only works if the parts can talk to each other, and we know what the final effect is required to be. A target detected by one service must be prosecutable by another without losing of any time. So that is why we have declared 26 and 27 as the year of networking and data centricity. Second is jointness. I'll skip the jointness part. It is sort of well known and understood. Last is connections and Atmanirbharta. Now, this part I would take on in the form of questions and answers, taking on from where General Shukla had left. So I have a lot of cut out the speech part, maybe more in an interactive form will be better.
Sir, deep respect to Vice Chief and General Raj Shukla, sir. Sir, I could see a lot of, the queries are come up. So I sent a gesture to General Ashok, sir, for, like the start of the boy who stood up for the quantum thing. For any kind of certification or any kind of validations or getting the Indian equivalent for the various international standards, you can please approach me. My contact numbers are there available with the CENJOWS team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with the audience. May I now request Vice Admiral Rajesh Dhankar, DSITS DOT, to kindly present a memento and a copy of Book Ops Sindoor to Lieutenant General Sandeep Jain. Thank you, sir. Before we move forward, I have an announcement to make. The book released this morning, An Era in Olive Green, General Anil Chauhan, Duty, Leadership, and Legacy, is now available for sale outside at the reception counter. As we come towards the conclusion of today's deliberation, it is now my privilege to invite Vice Admiral Rajesh Dhankar, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Nau Sena Medal, Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, Doctrine, Organization and Training, Headquarters, Integrated Defense Staff, to deliver the closing address. A specialist in navigation and direction, the flag officer was held several challenging operational, staff and training appointments, including command of INS Mumbai, INS Vikramaditya, and the Eastern Fleet. He has also served as Commandant, Naval War College, and as the Director General, Project Seabird. Sir, may I kindly request you to deliver the address?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the second annual Trident lecture to a close, let me place a few thoughts before this distinguished gathering. Today's theme, National Resurgence Through the Lens of Defense Forces, raises a fundamental question. How must India's defense forces evolve to help the nation emerge strong, resilient, and strategically autonomous? The answer lies in recognizing that national security and national development are increasingly inseparable. As India's economy, technology, and global interest expand, so must the Defense Forces' responsibility, extending beyond territorial defense to protecting the wider ecosystem of national power, that is, maritime interest, critical infrastructure, energy security, space assets, digital networks, and supply chains. The character of warfare is changing rapidly, with persistent competition across land, maritime, air, cyber, space, and the information environment. More significant than these new domains is their interdependence. A cyber disruption can affect physical infrastructure, space capabilities can shape the battle space, maritime disruptions can affect trade and energy security. This makes joint operations critical for future warfare. The Trident offers an apt metaphor. Its three arms retain individual strength, but their effectiveness lies in convergence of effects in multi-domain operations towards a single objective. Our endeavor is to move towards integrated combat power. Future advantage will depend on our ability to sense, decide, adapt, and generate effects faster than the adversary. AI, autonomous systems, and cyber technologies will shape operations, and we need to integrate technology with doctrine, organization, training, and leadership. This calls for a wider national ecosystem. The defense forces need closer interaction with industry, startups, academia, and DRDO towards developing indigenous technology. Atmanirbharta is about enabling India to retain freedom to decide, act, and sustain operations without external constraints. Technology is unlikely to eliminate the human element. As warfare grows complex, professional judgment, leadership, and adaptability will matter more. The future military professional needs to understand capabilities of other domains, a joint mindset built through professional military education, training, and doctrine. Future preparedness must also factor persistent competition, cyber disruption, and information warfare, demanding a force capable of absorbing disruption and operating under not so favorable conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the strategic environment will keep evolving. Therefore, we need to build a force capable of adapting to changing scenarios through agility, resilience, continuous institutional learning. Forums such as the Trident lecture provide us with ideas which we can take forward. Our objective should be to be a modern military that is integrated, adaptive, and capable of meeting all challenges to national security. I thank the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri for gracing this occasion, the CISC, and Chairman CENJOWS, Air Marshal Tajinder Singh, Lieutenant General Sandeep Jain, the Vice Chief of the Army Staff, and Lieutenant General Raj Shukla for their contributions. Major General Ashok Kumar and Team CENJOWS for organizing this event. My special thanks to all the senior veterans, serving personnel, academia, researchers, industry representatives, and members of the strategic community for their participation. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Major General Ashok Kumar, DG CENJOWS, to present a token of appreciation to Vice Admiral Rajesh Dhankar. Thank you, sir. On this occasion, it is also apt for us to acknowledge the valuable support extended by the Indian Defence University. May I request Brigadier K. Jaishankar, Deputy Assistant Chief of Integrated Defence Staff, Indian Defence University, and Group Captain Bharat to kindly come forward. Their seamless support and cooperation have contributed immensely to the successful conduct of this event. May I now request Vice Admiral Rajesh Dhankar to kindly present a memento and a copy of the book Op Sindoor to Brigadier K. Jaishankar and Group Captain Bharat. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude the second annual Trident lecture. Today's deliberation have brought together diverse perspectives on the role of defense forces in India's continuous journey of national resurgence, from empowering the next generation and strengthening civil-military fusion to advancing jointness, integration, and multi-domain operational capabilities. On behalf of Headquarters Integrated Defense Staff and the Center for Joint Warfare Studies, I express our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, dignitaries, veterans, participants, and media for making this occasion meaningful and enriching. May I now kindly request everyone to join us in the banquet hall for lunch. I request volunteers to assist the guests to reach the banquet hall. May I also inform the team CENJOWS and all the volunteers to kindly come back to the conference hall post lunch. Thank you everyone for your gracious presence. Jai Hind.